Mm.
No worries. Um, anyway, the night continued with that knowledge afoot, where, you had a very brief moment to speak, Lois, with Rowan and whoever else about the relevance of that information. Cross went searching for a suitor for Orgrave, and Ludwig just kind of did Ludwig's thing. He caroused, he drank, maybe shared a chat with a person here, a person there. But what was very interesting is that in the end, it seemed that someone was trying to frame House Leora for double dealing contracts, essentially. Um, Speeches were made. Lois was brought up to make a speech as someone had put into the silent portion of the symposium a question that was very pointedly directed at House Leora, and to which Lois went to go speak of, and handled it with confidence and finesse, and started picking apart the documents that were put on the illusory starlit sky. Meanwhile, everybody else kind of went to work. Rome was sort of like, go, my X-Men, and just kind of watched everything unfold. Ludwig seemed to spy that one of the competitive suitors of Lois were talking to some shady fellows, which Cross's ally was able to track down and believes them to be members of the Trust. If everybody put their heads together. And all the while, Cross went searching for magic and did learn something very interesting. House Fjarlin is very good at illusion magic, and someone was trying to make the illusion look Fjarlin powered, which was very interesting. Much was discerned, but thanks to Lois's finesse and confidence under pressure, the party was able to circumvent a potentially nasty political fallback or reputation fallback to the party. Um, it left a crack, surely, in Leora's reputation, but a crack that surely can be filled, hopefully, if we can deal with a certain level of finesse. But that is kind of where we left things. You guys all left the symposium. You all returned back to your estate. She got some shut-eye. Hopefully, things will be better in the morning. Now, with that said, I promised you all a new potential social system. And I have not implemented it because I wanted to run it by you guys and make sure that it was something that everybody thought would be better. So I'm gonna give you the very, very quick rundown about how this new system is meant to work. So essentially, things work now in a favor system on a scale from +5 to -5 about favor, which is very similar to what we're doing now. The difference is that different people carry with them a multiplier based on their relevance to their faction. So, for example, if you have 5 favor with a local merchant, that's not going to be near as valuable as having 5 favor with the monarch of the kingdom. And that will be a much larger faction defining thing. When it comes to a moment when you're in a meeting with someone, when you're talking to someone, the modifiers are multiplied and added, and that will determine how things might go. So if you are, you know, booming with favor points, you might evade a charisma check altogether. You might be offered a boon. If it's a little lower, maybe you just get a benefit to persuasion. If it's lower, maybe there might be some people who might not like your party, might try and embarrass you socially, might go as far as to send assassins after you if you curry enough disfavor. So that's essentially how it's still very similar to what we're doing. The only difference is that each character carries with them a modifier. So being good friends with the monarch carries a lot more weight than being friends with just like a house agent, for example. And there are different boons and benefits to be gained based on those relationships and who you're talking to at the same time. So just want to make sure, was that something everybody was interested in? If so, I could spend the week beginning to implement it. Should make things a little bit more interesting session to session, providing immediate boons more often.
I I I think that sounds good.
Sounds
Sure.
spells on.
I'll try
Rowan.
anything twice.
I say that too. That's funny. All right, fantastic. I'll work on that during the week. For now, let's take a quick break.
See how it goes.
Yeah. I think it's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. You get a lot more benefits. Okay, so as far as reputation goes, there will be no positives, but there will be no negatives today. You guys avoided potential fallout, but there was no gain either. You handled yourself with finesse, but it certainly has some people in their back heel about, oh, what the hell is going on around here? Like, I mean, nothing negative, but like, people are questioning. So no gain or loss, this time around. Um, and as for the epistolary, I do believe I haven't been sharing sand. Hang on a second. Hang on a days.
And Rowan did submit a sending for the Baron Fjarlan.
Yes, you did. So,
So
question: Can you guys hear the music? No, yeah. Okay, I can't either. Just checking. Sometimes that happens. Just reloading. I'm sure all my systems are working. Did you sent that previously? Yes. Rowan?
I'll put it in the main chat right now.
All right.
Yeah, she sent it right at the end of the evening,
Mhm.
once we got back to our state.
Excuse me, I'll be right back.
Okay. Why isn't my goddamn sound working? Let's try this.
I hear the music in the background, Brian. It's light, but it's there.
All right.
Now it's louder.
It's so weird because I can't hear it at all. I'm flabbergasted, but it's fine. As long as you guys can hear it, just let me know if it's too much. Okay. Okay. So, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I have no idea, but doesn't matter. Moving. Oh, nope. That doesn't work either. Okay, whatever. Moving on. You are going to receive a message, Rowan. Um, and the message is just gonna go find it. You're gonna receive a very simple sending. It is going to be signed by your wonderful old friend Inara de Fjarlund. And it's gonna say, we saw that little signature. Not ours, but someone wants it to look like us. Let me know what you turn up. Um, amazing. Amazing, amazing,
I
amazing.
have the music.
Good, good, good. I think there is one for you, Cross, and it comes from Bastion, and it's from your scribe from the Mournlands.
You mean Shell?
Shall fucking I can't get him out. His ghost haunts me. His ghost haunts. I'm gonna bring him back because he's haunting me, and I need to get him out. I need closure. Um, no, you get a message from Shell, from your scribe, from the
Mhm.
Mournlands.
Okay.
Um, it is not signed by anybody you recognize. It would be signed by like a random, oh my God, uh, I'm gonna forget what they're called right now, but not the evangelicals, but the other people of the faith. Um, a priest. I'm just gonna call it a priest for now,
Yeah, yeah.
for make it very simple. And it simply says, um, if Leora falls, will your loyalty uh survive?
Uh, well, I can reply. Um, Is, there's a word limit, right? It's 25 words?
It was a hand wrote message, so you could
Really?
yeah. That's all it says too. It's
Yeah.
just this little yeah.
Give me just a minute.
Yeah, take your time. I mean, you don't it takes time to travel, so you don't have to respond
Yeah.
like immediately. Yeah.
Yeah.
So no worries at all. And just because it's gonna bug me, but it's from a scribe. It's some unnamed. It's some scribe, like uh, some I don't know. It's like because word forge like to pick random words for their names. It's just gonna say like bow, scribe bow, and that's all it says. And then it says that little phrase, and that's all that's wrote. Um, cool. Is there any messages anyone wanted to send?
Can't. What?
Our rumors coming up, but for now, is there any messages you wanted to send?
I'm waiting for rumors to come up before I potentially send anything.
Okay, let's
I
do rumors first. Sure.
absolutely am.
Oh, okay. Okay, beautiful. Do we want to do rumors first before messages?
Doesn't matter to
Or
me.
yeah, okay. Just to get them out of the way. Um, the rumor about no call Noldrick has dropped. Nobody has really committed much to that. Um, uh, yeah, the one about Violin has dropped as well. Um, there is a rumor. In fact, there's a scandal going around. Leora, diplomatic conqueror, scandal. House Leora is probably trying to secure marriage alliances in Zilargo to gain control of Zilargo politics. They use diplomacy as a mask for their subtle conquest. That is a scandal that is going about here in Zilargo. And there's another one that is called Symposium Disaster. It is also a scandal. Uh, Clan Tarlok Starlit Symposium got hijacked by a Fjarlan illusionist who attempted to expose Leora's double dealings. Loisana proved herself to be a very why did I write equivalent? Ooh. Sorry. Proved herself to be a very oh, I meant to write eloquent. Sorry. A very eloquent and legally savvy. Pulling apart the farce for what it was. The scandal that follows is Leora may not be guilty of double dealing, but why is someone going after them so hard? What enemies do they have? What skeletons do they have in the closet? So those are the rumors. Yes, it's Rowan.
All right, so I'm just making sure I understand because I often don't.
Sure.
I can use a token of favor to burn a scandal.
Yes. I'm gonna go double look and make sure. I will repost the rules there. Tokens may be burned to reroll, make a rumor go away, or to lower a roll's DC. But this will make it harder. So here's what I will say. It's like levels. So you can burn it to make the scandal go away, but the rumor will not. And vice versa, like you can burn it to just like make a rumor go away. So if someone scandalized something, you can't fully wipe it from the board with a singleton.
All right, and we have 2 scandals, right?
Yeah, 2 scandals. That's right.
Cool. I'm going to burn my token of favor with Baron Fjarlan
Okay.
to get rid of 1 rumor.
Okay. So the 2 things you can get rid of are as follows.
Or scandal, the 2 scandals.
Yeah. So you can reduce Leora's diplomatic conquest scandal from all that it is and basically eliminate the part where like you use diplomacy to mask subtle conquest and just change it to that maybe you're using marriage alliances to get into Zilargo politics. Or the second rumor is you can just eliminate the scandal around Leora's potential double dealings, the people in the closet suspicions.
I would like to burn my token with Fjarlin to de-scandalize the second one, please.
Okay. So then the rumor will be as follows with the burning, just to make sure this is what you want. It is going to turn into Clan Tarlok Starlit Symposium got hijacked by a Fjarlan illusionist who attempted to expose Leora's double dealings. Loisana proved herself to be very eloquent and legally savvy, pulling apart the farce from what it was. And that is all it will be. And it'll have nothing to do with, they may not be guilty, but what else is going on.
Yes.
All right. With that, it is burned. It will affect your favor with Fjarlan. But that is burned. Well done. Okay, magnificent. Does anybody else have burnings they want to do, or rumors they want to make, or scandals they wish to sow?
I think like that other one we have, the that we're conquerors.
Yeah, your political conquerors.
I'm going to use Anora's token to get rid of that scandal.
Nara's token. Got it.
Anora, darling, could you do me a favor, please?
Fair enough, fair enough.
I feel like that's how she would like to be asked.
Yeah, that is very fair, Bo. Absolutely. All right.
Her last name isn't Fiona, it's Darling.
Yeah. She will. Yeah, go ahead. Ross.
Yeah, I think I want to start a rumor. I'm just formulating it now, particularly in reaction to the two quashed ones I feel like I want to counter.
All right, fair enough, fair enough.
I want to say these Largo merchant families seem to have fallen on hard times and are aggressively trying to prevent the Dragonmount houses from interfering in their business.
Okay. All right. The Largo merchant families are scrambling to maintain their holdings while the Dragon Market families only grow in success. Is that generally what you want?
Yeah, I kind of want to paint a picture that like, the merchant families are failing and they're like desperately trying to cling on to like whatever money whatever they can get because they're getting pushed out by
Got it. All right.
the product just isn't as good. The houses are just better.
Oh. Well, that would be a scandal. That would certainly be a
Yeah.
scandal if they're hawking low quality goods. But hey, I mean, another party member can scandalize Cross's rumor.
Really? Another Marty member can?
Yeah, I would say so. You can't scandalize your own thing, but I mean, well, I don't see why you guys can't
I'll
coordinate.
tag team with Cross here. Why not?
Yeah.
All right.
It's like, tag me in, brother, tag me in!
Tag me in. All right, so how are you gonna scandalize Cross's rumor?
Okay. They fear being left behind in the new world coming around. And it's because they're offering a deficient product?
Okay.
Is
Yeah, that would certainly
it's
be
like they can't keep up.
Um,
Can't keep up.
they are offering Zil merchants are offering
Their skills have softened, maybe something like that.
I'm just looking for the right word of
Service.
Okay, I got one. Offering products and services that are below dragon marked guild standards.
I think that's my first thing I've ever scandalized.
That is, you're like, well, this is kind of fun. I see why you like this, Cross. I mean, I don't know about anything that fun. All right, beautiful. Scandal made. Well done, Cross and Moonfig. All right, Rowan, are you gonna start a rumor?
No, but I would like to I'd like to burn my favor with Baron Deneath and completely quash the thing Fjarlan's name. So the rumor that I went from scandalized to not, I would like to just
So you
take it
want
off
to
the
take
board.
Symposium Disaster off the board entirely.
Yeah.
All right. As a note, so there's a plus and minus to that one, right? So it's like Fjarlan Illusionist hijacked this thing, but it also does say in it that Lois proved herself to be quite savvy. So there is
Shit.
a
Never
there is a
mind. Never mind.
okay.
Fuck. You're right. You're right. I will burn the token then to get rid of the other one.
All right. The other one being diplomatic conquerors. House Leora is probably trying to secure a marriage alliance in Zilargo to gain control of Zil politics. I'm gonna burn that one out.
Yeah.
Okay, and it is gone. You call
Please.
on some favors that night.
We need to burn those anyway, since we're kind of going to a different system and this is a good time. Someone
Yeah.
over here
Well, like I said, I'm not gonna.
yeah.
When I start a new system, I'm not gonna like take away the things you worked hard for. So they would still remain.
Oh, I know,
But yeah.
but these folks have control of the paper and I don't like it. Fuckers. Sorry, Lois. No offense.
Those damn dirty Zil. I mean,
No,
okay.
I specifically just said fuckers. I feel like that's a very universal.
And then apologize to the gnome for it.
Because she
I'm
used to
fine.
work for the Chronicle.
Oh, I got you. Okay, let me go and take a dent out of your relationships now for all these favors. So Inara was called upon, Alivanor was called upon, and Brevin was called upon. All right, she is no more your mentor that you have 9 favor with. I am going to bring you down to, I'm bringing down to 5 with her. That was a big ask. It's always big to burn 1. Baron, Rowan, you are no longer close friends with the Baron. I'm going to bring you down to, I think the higher it is, the more impact it will have, and then the lower it is, the less impact. So I'm going to bring you down to 1 with Brevin. So we're kind of off Brevin's radar for the moment. As for you, Ludwig, I'm going to do the same thing. You're going to be brought down to 1 with Nara. All right. Well done, team. A good day of gossip and rumor milling. Very good. With that, let us complete the epistolary phase. So, who has messages?
Lois does.
Bring it. I'm ready for you.
And this will go by sending station.
Yeah.
Sarah, I never expected to find myself in a position where I might have to ask for a favor. But I find myself here in Zilargo beset by spies. I'm wondering what the eyes might know about. Oh dear God, his name just left my head.
Nordic?
Yeah. And the Telvarin, definitely a T name. Damn it.
Yeah. No worries, no worries.
Their business and dealings.
All right. I admit I lost track a little bit in there, but I think that was around 25 words, so we'll call it 50 silver.
Okay.
I believe it's 2 silver a word, if I'm not mistaken. Double check that. Yeah, 2 silver a word. Okay, cool. So that'd be 5 gold. Okay. check. There. Syrah. I'd like you to make me a persuasion check, please.
11.
11. Okay. I think you get a response of interesting. What can I expect in return?
What do the eyes need?
Call it. So yeah, that was 5 words. So, a gold. And she will say, a personal favor from House Leora down the line.
Done.
Okay. She will say, and then you'll get a response of, I'll make arrangements as soon as possible. Yeah, on the other side of the continent, so she's gonna be like, okay, I'm working on it, basically. So you won't get it in this very moment, but you can expect probably sometime this session you're gonna get some information.
Okay.
All right, cool. Little help secured. Very nice. So, House Leora owes Syrah a favor. You'll write it down, so remember. Okay, anybody else? Any others? Yes, Cross.
Yeah, I got my answer to my letter. I can send you it.
Sure. Over the Zoom, I assume.
Yep.
Beauty. Okay. Excellent. Understood. Who else? Anybody else? Or shall we proceed? Okay. No problem at all. You guys are coming to the end of your trip in Zalargo. It has certainly been full of its wonders and excitements. And you have a bit of a day as you begin to get up and decide what it is you wish to do with yourselves. You're going to have a visitor. Actually, I think Rowan, you're going to have a visitor, Baron. Welcome to your Baron duties as the leader of the house. It's going to be a knock on the door. And just going to go find it super quick. Who is at your door? All right. Oh, man. Where? Oh, where did it go? This. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. I'm having a little trouble finding it. As usual, yes. So many moving parts in this game, I apologize.
Not necessary. There's so many moving parts to this game. You're
there's a
fine.
couple.
You got nothing but grace
Well, thank you very much.
and enormous love and patience and thanks. Enthusiastic thanks.
Amazing, thank you. Okay, I did find it though. I did find it. I'm not totally in it. Okay, beautiful. Alrighty then. So, surprise, surprise, there is going to be a gnome at your door. Um, and let's see. Right. This is not it. Here we go.
Gwen and Lena stay with me.
I assume so. All of
Yeah.
your allies should be with you. Man, I can't find the. I've got everything except the identity of the person at the goddamn door. Where the fuck did it go?
If it is helpful for us to say gnome X and you can just fill that in when you get to it, like that is
But that
perfectly
sucks.
acceptable to no.
Absolutely.
It is acceptable to me if it makes it easier for you.
Oh, I appreciate it. I'm always on the edge of finding it, and the moment I give up, I always get it. Okay, we're gonna move forward. Okay, so there is going to be a gnome at the door. She looks very governing, very bookish, very I guess it's almost like an accountant in a way. She's like almost looks like a little bit like a banker, and a little bit like a pantsuit, like a little gnomish pantsuit. And she is going to like have her hands in her pockets and everything, and she will put her hand out, and is going to say to you, I was just gonna go, hello, how are you this morning?
I'm all right. It's a lovely morning. How are you today? Who are you? I'm Rowan.
I know who you are. My name is my name is Arichi from Clan Deratig. Uh, I give you my titles, but I know that you're from out of town, and that's probably a lot of things that we gnomes like to indulge ourselves in, but maybe not as much for you. So let me simply say that I'm here on behalf of the Zil governing triumvirate.
If I may, um, just because I have not been briefed and I would appreciate it, how do you prefer to be addressed? Your Excellency, Lord,
Uh, She goes, oh Lord, wow, no,
Lady?
I am no
I
lady, I am no lord. I appreciate it. Let me think. I got a couple of titles that are coming up. Hang on a second. Ooh, I'm scrambling a little bit. Sorry. Okay. There we go. She says, Jesus, what the fuck? Sorry, I'm having trouble. I'm having major issues over
You
here.
are so
Apologies.
fun. It is
She
so
goes,
good.
She says, just refer me to, you can just call me Arichi. You know, I don't think we need to have too much formality as to who I am, at least. But I recognize your station is very incredible to have come into so much power in such a short time. May I come in?
Please have a seat.
Magnificent. And she will come in, and she'll look around. She doesn't touch anything. She kind of is like around and assessing. Um, uh, all right. Okay, she says, so, well, you got a busy day, you know, you've got all this social maneuvering to do and, you know, finding wives and husbands and all of that, so I'm not going to take up too much of your time. But I do come on behalf of a certain faction that your house has caught the interest of.
All right.
How much are you aware of the trust?
Honestly, and I hate to seem incredibly ignorant, but I know very little, save that they are essentially the ruling body of Zilargo, I don't know how they are selected or what their priorities are as far as um, leadership or anything, and I apologize. I truthfully was not here in a diplomatic capacity. So,
That's perfectly all right. That's why I asked. Let me just make it very simple and say that the Trust is the secret police of Zilargo.
it's a little different than ruling body. All right.
No, no. I mean, we work for the ruling body, but we just make sure that everything is working nicely. You all made some rather interesting arguments last night that I think found it to be very supportive of the Zil philosophy of surveillance. Anyway, we have a request on behalf of the Trust and House Leora, and well, you guys are newcomer here's, and yeah, there's well, it sounded like there were some rumors that were bubbling up there that would seem to die at the root. But regardless, you've caught our eye. Would you be willing to provide some, shall we say, upfront services for the sake of, how do I put it, trust, political trust, establishing something early on between House Leora and Triumvirate of Zilargo?
I am absolutely 100% open to hearing whatever it is you have to say.
Fair enough.
I am a big believer that reasonable individuals can find ways to support each other. I personally have never been a believer in the whole zero-sum game thing. Right? There's enough.
It's funny that you should bring that up about finding ways that we can all get along, right? And finding ways that we can move forward. It's, well, as I'm sure you've heard around the rumor mill that there are certain merchant princes here that are floundering a little bit. Old friends of your intended, I would, well, not your intended, but old friends of, you know, Lois Anna's intended. She has especially caught our attention. They're having alignment issues, shall we call it. They're struggling to get along. And the Trust would do well to see that their fracture is not made public. House Civis will have pretext to intervene, but the Trust would prefer to keep them unified, and more importantly, keep all of this discreet, these dealings. And you all are apparently the House of Diplomacy, so we would love it if you would do us a great favor and very quietly find a couple of individuals from the Delethorn Concord, and just see to it that they can get along. Come to an agreement. So nothing has to be posted on the front page of any newspapers, or anybody has to hear anything too loudly, and order can reign here in the city.
That is always a problem when things are on the front page. That is inconvenient, and it is a incredible waste of time and resources when it doesn't necessarily serve a given purpose. You know, I have enormous sympathy for that. I would like to speak to Lois before I agree, simply because she can give me a better understanding of how we will do what we will do, because I don't say yes until I can give a plan. So can you give me 6 hours to convene with Lois?
No. And that's not to be rude. It's simply just that there is no time. You understand, discretion is a commodity based on time. And Well, things are in motion as we speak, actually. If this was to be resolved, it needs to be resolved today. But you run your house however you wish, Baron. Let me simply say that if you do this on our behalf, you'll be proving to have understood the diplomacy and the method of the Zil Way, which may go a long way for you.
Above the table, Ryan, I know that Rowan would know who you're talking about, but Carmen does not. Like
Okay.
above the table, you're like, I don't know what factions you're actually talking about right now.
Oh, okay.
And my main reason for wanting to meet with Lois was to try to figure it out.
Well, you can make a check because he's like you say, your character will know, and you don't know, and that's okay. So, go ahead and make me, let's call it a history check to see if you're understanding what factions she is speaking of.
Okay, that's not too bad. 24.
Okay. She's speaking of 3 factions in particular, which Rowan would be in the know of. The first of which is the Trust, which is indeed the secret police of Zalargo, and can in large is thought of the reason why Zalargo runs as well as it does. Because they, protect the land through handling things discreetly and surveilling for internal and external threats. So that's the Trust. The second one is obviously House Tavardrin, which is Noldrick's family.
And that's the one that I'm like, I know she knows, but I don't know. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's Noldrick's family, and the reason why you guys wanted, it's the whole reason you guys are here to try and get Tavardrin is because he kind of stands at the head of this Dalathoran Concord, which is this loose alliance of Zil merchant families. And that's all that the Dalathoran Concord is. It is a semi-discreet, semi-serious alignment of merchant families. That's what they are. Zil merchant families, specifically. And the Tavardrin clan stands at the head of it and kind of keeps it all together. So she's saying, I'd love to give you 6 hours. Oh, go ahead, please.
The third one?
That was all 3. So the Trust, Clan Tavardrin, and the Dalathoran Concord.
Dalathoran. And what is she asking of me? What is she asking me to do?
She hasn't given you all the details, but she's saying that there is some people within the Dalathoran Concord who are not getting along, and they'd like for you to go and find these people and see to it that they come to an agreement before things are made public.
All right, so this is not in any way crossing, to the best of my knowledge, it's not in any way crossing over with Loisana trying to marry Tavardrin.
You don't know right now. I mean, nothing she said would make you believe that, though.
All right, and that's that. I just wanted to make sure that I was not overtly.
No, this is absolutely not overtly doing anything underhanded towards Clan Tavardrin by any means.
Well, or towards Clan Civis, because we made an agreement with Clan Civis.
Well, they're saying that,
or House Civis. I'm sorry.
Well, they're saying, well, it's not. So here's the thing. They're saying if this goes public and there's a fracture within the Concord, House Civis will have pretext to come in and intervene, and that could help them grant them power to potentially, start moving things in a direction that they like. With that said, that doesn't defy the contract you have made with Civis. And if it's handled discreetly, Civis hasn't said you can't help.
I just wanted to make sure that a house of lawyers wasn't about to break a contract with the House of Lawyers, right? I just
Yeah, this
that's
doesn't
what I
have
had to make
anything
sure of.
at the time being. This has nothing to do with House Civis. With that said, House Civis would love for this Concord to fall apart.
That's fine. We got
That's frankly why they've sent you in. They want you to absorb Tavardrin so that the Concord loses its leadership, so it fractures and Civis can move in.
I understand, but they asked us to do something very specific, which was
Yeah.
the marriage. So,
Yes. Correct.
Thank you.
Yep. She says, so I can
No.
I can simply say that, things are happening today and they gotta get handled. And
Absolutely.
we got people who can handle it.
I understand. I understand. And she's
Okay.
gonna look at Gwen and say, Gwen, please go get Lois. Whatever she's doing, just tell her it isn't as important.
As you say. She'll walk along. Today she's just like playing into the like the French thing where it's like the body shape is like nice boobs kind of going in nice and slight, and then humongous ass, and then and so she's kind of playing into that today, trying that out. And I'm sure she's like not seen anything like that before. The
Shadow's clearly having a blast with this.
yeah, he's having a great time.
Well, Rowan's enjoying it too.
Yeah. She'll march off, and she'll say, Arici says, or Arici, excuse me. Arici says, I don't mean to be rude. I hope you understand. Things are happening today. They don't get solved today.
I do not think you are rude. I understand the timeline. I believe I understand the assignment. I clearly have a thing to do today. You're welcome to stay and observe if that is what you want to do, but without meaning to be rude, I should probably get on this.
Absolutely. How you run your house is up to you how you run your house. But I can give you the information.
I would like that.
Very well. I'll give you the information. I'll take off and be assured that the trust will be observed. Now, so here is the crisis. And I'm going to start posting some of these names in the chat for you guys as I go along here. It says, so 2 members of the Concord are not getting along. The first is the Guild Whistle Freight League, run by the clan Guild Whistle. And as you can imagine, they are responsible for sea freighting. And the other is the clan Selthrash Sapphire Authority. These 2 factions within the Concord are not getting along. They have discovered, well, they're arguing. Each believes the other is, doing something violating and legal procedures and blah, blah, blah. And I'll leave all of that for you to all figure out, as we've not gone into greatly detailed, but I know that there is tension between the 2, and it needs to be resolved. So, that's really it. That's the information I have for you, and, well, I'll be interested to see what you learn, how you conduct things, and the Trust will be very interested to see if House Leora understands Zil politics and policing.
We thank you for your consideration.
We thank you for yours. I will be back this evening, and I wish you the best of luck in this affair and, of course, the courting season. She'll stand up and put her hands in her pocket, and she'll meander out with all the casualness of someone who shouldn't be so casual in her station. It's a little disconcerting. At which time, Loisana, you are found. If you're not doing anything to abroad.
No, not at all.
And you're saying, the Baron wishes to see you today.
Why, lead on.
Very well. And you will have observed Lois, probably leaving the property, this, kind of formal-looking gnomish woman kind of meandering away. And you come into Rowan's little villa. Here she is, Baroness! I must go pamper myself for today's events. Goodbye. And she'll make her way away like that one, the mama robot from that one Disney movie, the huge ass. Anyway, please.
I know the exact movie you're talking about, robots.
I shouldn't be laughing. I shouldn't be laughing because fuck. But this, you will enjoy this. Maybe I don't know shit. So Rowan tells Lois everything.
Okay.
So we gotta figure out what's going on between them and make them get along. Here's the thing. I realize that we could do Civis a solid here, but they've been kind of shitty, you know? And they didn't actually send us here to solve their problem. They asked us here to marry you off, and I dislike this guy. And I know that marriage, you don't have, he's a, so how, what do you want to do? What are we doing? What are we doing here?
Well, and I will start by sending Noldrick a message.
Oh fuck! All right.
I need to speak with you urgently.
Okay.
Please meet me here at Rowan's villa.
Making a persuasion check. Or intimidation, I guess.
Oh God. Yeah, that'll be a 2.
Um,
I'll have Rowan look at it and go, that doesn't seem good.
I will simply say that there's no response, and the lack of response comes with a certain oh, I'm sure he's on the other end going like, oh, that was most
Uh,
inappropriate.
okay. Well,
Lois,
let's go.
when, before you do stuff, right? Because sometimes you can be a little abrupt. Just run it by me, right? Let's workshop it, right? I know you know the politics, but this guy, he's kind of a little bitchy. We don't need to say that out loud, but yeah, you know.
Well, if he knew how to run his consortium, we wouldn't be having this discussion. I was endeavoring to give him a solid opportunity to bring the two people to the table and establish some leadership credentials by bringing the situation to closure. But fuck him. Let's just go find the heads of these two and see what we can do about doing this without him, expressly without him.
Okay, listen. I am so fine with that. I wasn't going to let him in on this anyway. That's great. How do we handle Civis? Right? Listen, that is, you do not have to answer this question now, but like, I can't. I understand that marriage is a contract. If you're not into this guy, Lois, we got to find another way to get Civis. We got to find something
We'll
else to give him.
we'll find another way to get them out of the way. But first things first.
All right.
But this goes a long way to explaining why Noldrick and his family is on the outs with the trust because they can't keep their shit together.
Oh, listen, I am not disagreeing with you, not in the slightest. Now,
Now,
I say this with an
how
enormous.
how to handle Civis? We get them what they want, but we do it in a slightly different way. We patch the hole that the trust has presented us, and we do it in a manner that makes Noldrick and the Telvarans seem ineffectual to the point that somebody else had to come in to fix their problem because they can't.
So
That
listen, I love
that's
this.
that still undermines
Mhm.
Noldrick's house, puts them in a position of vulnerability because the rest of the group isn't going to get it done.
Lois, say less, right? Say less. I am with you. Here's what I need. I don't need concepts of a plan, right? I need, do we have something actionable that is going to do what you're saying? Because I love it. I love everything about it, but we got to execute it. And apparently we got to
Eh,
do it in like the next 3 hours.
Okay. In in that case, please pen a note to, and I'm assuming I can do probably a history to pull out who the right two people for those two factions are.
Absolutely. Go right ahead.
That'll be a 16.
16, yeah, that'll do the job. Okay, you are going to be aware of these two pieces of information. Um, the Guild Whistle Freight League is as it sounds. It is a shipping and logistics company, and the Celtrath Sapphire Authority is a gem evaluation and certification company. Um, and they are run by, I'm going to type them out for you guys here. So the matron of the Guild Whistle is uh whoop, matron. Oh, that's gonna be so confusing. Matron, come on now. Jelen Guild Whistle. And that is for, the Guild Whistles. And the patron of the Seltrath clan is is Garic. Patron Garic Seltrath. Now, with this said, they're in charge of the entire company, not just perhaps this one immediate thing. I don't think you would have. I don't think you'd have enough. Oh, well, you're a Zil newspaper investigator individual, but so I'll tell you what. You know where to go to find these people, but you don't know who like the foreman is or who specifically is involved and what the manner of dispute is. So you could go to the matron and patron of the house, but it is kind of like there's something wrong with one of the factories and with one of the Ford factories, and you go to like the CEO. It's a little bit overkill. You could, but it's probably not the place to go. You probably want to head down to the actual docks and go like find the company warehouses and speak to them.
Yeah, sure.
All right. Cool. You two, is it just you? Or are you bringing the whole party? Is it just what's the deal?
Lois, would you like to bring Ludwig and Cross?
Why not?
Then we're bringing Ludwig and Cross.
All right. To make things simple, Ludwig and Cross, you're brought into the room. You are told all of the information, I assume.
All right. And this is private, I assume.
I would assume so, yeah. Private
So,
house meeting.
so we are abandoning the efforts to have Lewis marry Noldrick, correct? Am I misunderstanding that?
Not necessarily,
We're
but
not dealing with that right now. That's a
we're
separate thing completely.
Are we intending to do what the trust wants, or are we just appraising the situation?
I have every intention of trying to patch whatever this particular set of shenanigans is. And I plan on doing it in a manner by which to make Noldrick and his family look ineffective. Because agents of the Triumvirate, read the Trust, felt that there was a crisis of leadership sufficient to bring in an outside party to amend it, which is ultimately what Civis wants out of the marriage anyway.
If the goal is to make the Tavardran clan look inefficient and bad, that's not a guarantee about how it will be received. I've apologized for bringing this up, but I feel like that. But please explain why to me this doesn't feel as a little bit like double dealing, like what we've just been accused of last night. Two factions that seemingly want opposite things coming to us to solve their problem preferably in ways that the other faction would not approve of. Why is that not? How does that not sound like we're breaking?
Oh, that's easy. That's easy.
I'm giving them exactly what they have asked for. Literally exactly what they have asked for.
And more specifically, how Civis did not ask us to get involved in politics. They asked us to do this one specific thing. So what we're dealing with does not overlap with that. Not in any way. Not in the spirit
I'll
of
tell you
it,
what,
not in
Ludwig,
the letter of it.
you stay.
Okay.
All right, the
Easy.
three of us, let's go.
Guys, okay, let's take it easy, guys. Let's ask you a question. Holy shit. So, is there anything else you want to discuss? The biggest, I think, fair, you can come. Just ask me a question.
And that's fine. I am not.
My problem with this a fundamental strategic problem with this is also the fact that beyond the double dealing, it is basing something on how we hope someone will react to it, not how they might. We know how they react to it.
At which point, I'm going to roll it to hit. I'd like to slap Ludwig and catch him by surprise.
Go ahead, try.
You can roll. Sure, you can roll an attack roll.
$17.
How's your AC, Ludwig?
Let me double check. 17. Go ahead.
And the point of this, the point of that was you didn't expect it, you didn't see it coming, you couldn't have planned for it. That is every interaction with every person ever.
And some people
Whether
have
it's
very
one of
different
us,
reactions
one
to
of
that
them.
from me.
The point is, you can't ultimately say, I can expect this. You can say, probably there is a significant chance, but there is no friggin' guarantees when you're dealing with people. There's no freaking guarantees when you're dealing with a lot of stuff. If you are stuck in the idea that it is a certainty that that is the only opportunity for you to move, you will lose every time.
All right, if I careful.
You
It's
know
e-
this. You've been to
it
war.
Lois,
it's Lois. It's easy.
Ludwig, please,
No,
please,
very
I
well.
am begging you. Cross,
Yes.
what are your thoughts on the situation? I am really interested in hearing what you have to say.
Well, I think that whatever we choose to do should be with the benefit of House Leora in mind. Remember, we're in this predicament because of the deal that Civis laid out, which was to let us take over the domain of diplomacy, which is the business we wish to go into. So that is our main goal. Anything we do here should be in service to that aspiration. And I don't think we should feel deterred by the possibility of having to be underhanded in how we go about that. Civis didn't really give us much in the way of details about the conflict they have with the merchant houses, didn't appraise us to the situation, which is the failing on their part. Equally, the Noldrick and his family, as far as I can tell from what you've all said, kind of suck. So, when faced with these pieces in play in this game, the important thing is to find a way to navigate it that gets us what we want and just us. If everyone else loses, that's fine. All we have to do is win.
So with that, as a very good point has been made, I'd like whoever be interested to roll an insight and investigation check into the situation that's been proposed to you and the possible benefits or fallouts of it.
I rolled a 10, but I like to use my inspiration.
Sure.
Yeah, 11.
Okay, 11,
16.
16, nice.
I think that is a 17 investigation.
Okay. So, cross what you and everyone else who rolled is going to gather is that the key word that was used by this trust agent was discreet, which is to say that, like, if you're able to handle this discreet, like, this should be between House Leora, these two Concord guilds, and the trust, and that's it. So anything you do here technically shouldn't get back to Civis if you've done your job the way that trust want to. What I'll give to Rowan and Ludwig is like, yeah, you can try and angle it to gain other advantages, but like clearly what's going on here is the trust is testing House Leora and wants to see how you will do things and how you'll play things out. So, go about it how you please, but be aware that this is very much like, I don't want to use the word audition, but certainly something similar. They want to see how you operate. They want to see how you move. They don't, like she said, she's like, I mean, we can send the trust in. We can't handle it. But we want to see what House Leora does. So be aware everything you do here will be probably seen and recorded by the trust. So that is the primary thing to note here, is that this is about the trust's interpretation of Leora. Whatever you decide to do on the side will be seen and interpreted by them. And they are the heart of Zil philosophy and politics. So be aware. Be aware of that. There can be other benefits to be made, but will that hurt or help you with the trust if you intend to do this? So they're the primary faction involved here. That is, and they will be aware of what happens. I would say Lois on it for free. You know that like the trust doesn't miss anything. They are sharp. They are perhaps not the greatest spy network in all of Corvair, but damn near close. And they have kept Zilargo out of destruction entirely kept them out of the war. Like Zilargo was like, oh yeah, sure, we're like a province of Braylon, like hell yeah, and didn't shoot a single shot during the war, and completely survived it and made a sovereign nation out of themselves because of the trust. So they're fucking good. You can bet on that.
Might I do an insight check on how I think how Civis might react to this?
Sure, go right ahead.
Okay. 25.
25. I'm going to give you two things of interest.
Okay.
The job that has been proposed to you by the Trust is against House Civis, clearly. Not directly, but as it is the Zil Way, indirectly. That if this little thing is patched up, it doesn't bolster Civis's station in Zilargo. So clearly the Trust, like, what's to be taken is that clearly the Trust is actively working against Civis dominance. Not Civis as a house, but Civis merchant dominance. The second is, like, if you do this discreet, House Civis shouldn't know anything about what happens here, and it shouldn't affect you at all. But if you were to be public and loud about it, like, I'm sure they wouldn't be super happy about it. I'm like, oh, there was an opportunity for you guys to help us out. Like, it's the difference between soft and hard power and like what you see and what you get. So what you'd see was like what you guys are all saying, which is like, oh yeah, like no, we told you to get a marriage, we didn't tell you to do all this, like that's fine. But behind the scenes, it's like they know what we want. Why like they're kind of offering one hand and keeping another behind the back. So it's it makes your position pretty clear. Like House Civis is not a house of fools. So, your actions, even your indirect actions, are recorded by the great politicians of the land. So, if they publicly saw you, not necessarily double cross them, but still go against their interests, like, they'll smile and wave, but behind closed doors will be like, oh yeah, like we totally saw how House Leora did that. And we're against our interests.
I relay
How
that.
wouldn't they?
I mean, I relay that to the others.
But again, that is if you do it loud and proud, and hypothetically, you shouldn't be doing anything. I mean, the Trust doesn't want you to, but they're here to see how you operate. Maybe that is loud and proud.
Here's the thing.
This is a fundamental problem is that this is, if you want to do this quiet, this is a nation that is built on rumors and whispers and secrets and finding out secrets and curiosity. Explain to me how on earth we keep this whole thing quiet.
You don't. Ultimately, the answer is you don't. And I don't have to be mansplained about my culture. And I don't appreciate it.
All right, if I may. Ludwig, everything you say is right. And in a perfect world, we would do it that way. But we absolutely need something from the Trust. Right? We absolutely need something from the Trust. Now, we also need something. In fact, we need the same thing from Civis, which is to say this has to be done discreetly. The stakes are incredibly high, and if we fuck it up, we're eternally fucked. Those are the stakes, but that's the field we're playing in. So
and
what I am
please...
going to, if I may, what I am going to suggest. All right, cross. But then I actually have a suggestion that I would like to put on the table.
I only wanted to ask, what exactly do we get out of from the Trust for doing this?
My question as well.
We'll require their vote to get Thronehold.
You can point, Rowan, but you can someone can make an investigation or insight check as well to determine the value of the trust's pleasure of Leora.
17.
17. The trust is the hands, the eyes, and the ears of the triumvirate. And the triumvirate is the governing body of Solarca. So by gaining, the trust as an ally, you're gaining, by and large, Zolargo as an ally. And Rowan does prove a good point. Zolargo is a signing nation for Thronehold. So that is a very good point. And I mean, what are any other number of reasons why having like one of the world's greatest secret police at your disposal? And I mean, if Lois is going to marry a Zil, that's connections in Zolargo. And if you guys are going to want to do business in Zolargo, you're probably going to want to be cool with trust.
Okay.
Okay. But all right. If the choice is between the trust or Civis, or I mean, ideally it's both, but like if it comes between the trust and the Civis, trust might help us get Thronehold, but if things fall out between us and Civis, we still need to get their agreements to operate the whole for the sake of House Leora diplomatically, and they've been proven to do.
And we
Let's hear Rowan's suggestion.
Okay.
So, Ludwig, I understand that. I do. And here's my suggestion. I think that this is a situation where, while it is high risk, the reward is very, very high. So, my suggestion, Loisana, I don't know if you have a disguised self or something that will allow you to move about and not look like you. I don't know if that's a thing, but I think we need to let Loisana handle this on her own, because we three are very tall, and anywhere we go, it is going to be very obvious. Ludwig, I would like to just put it to a vote. I understand that you do not like this. I agree with your discomfort.
May I add something?
Please.
Please do not think that there is any chance that this was not very specifically put on our plate for exactly this conundrum. The trust has done this on purpose. There is no accident. This conversation, which I have zero doubt is actually being listened to, absolutely is why it was brought to us. I'm not saying that they don't care about the outcome. They care about the process and how we opt to move it forward, if we opt to move it forward.
I think the costs of not doing it far outweigh the risks of doing it. It's worth it. So I would just like to put it to a vote. Can we do that now?
All right, fine.
Cross.
Before I vote, I want to, while the potential gains are to get both Civis to step down from what we want and to also get the trust's support in our bid for Thronehold. Anything goes wrong, we may lose one or both. So, if we aid the trust, we'll most likely gain Thronehold while losing Civis's favor and losing out on our business. If we don't help the trust, we lose on the possibility of Zilago's vote, but gain our business domain. Which do we value higher as a house?
I completely agree with Cross, and I think based on what I've said, I think it's clear what's I value. I value reach far more than location. Location is nice. It's nice to have both, but I prefer the reach. What's the good of winning the favor of a nation that we can't even operate in?
I will abstain, I think. The outcome of either is good, and I would let the rest of the house decide the course we take.
Okay.
Lois, look at me. You are hot-headed, and you make mistakes when you get hot-headed. So I need you to get real calm. You got this?
You tell me what my objective is, and I will cede to that. If I am not given one, I am going to try to get both the kit and the caboodle.
I like that.
Because that is, I think, at least 50% likely.
So, the discretion thing is extremely important. So if you need to separate those two objectives, kit and caboodle, let us separate them. All right? The first objective, the primary objective, is to discreetly go in, get them to be nice, and to do it in a way that nobody knows you were fucking there. It's between Leora and them. So if we gotta disguise you, if we gotta do whatever the fuck we gotta do.
I have a way.
All right. Now, if you can also fuck it up for them, for the others, for Tavartran, fine. But we can do those things separately, and we can do them all in the next 2 or 3 days, all right? So if there is a question, keep your head calm. If there is a question between Kit and Caboodle, or Caboodle a little later, we will get the ass end later, all right? I will support you in what you will have our support in whatever way you need our support. But I need to be honest with you. I don't know your culture, and I fucking stick out. And I don't trust the normal ways I move about unseen in Zilargo.
There might be something I can do to help. It's a very minor connection, but it's something. Ludwig, remember the gnome who was speaking with those two suspicious figures just after the illusion debacle?
The two gnomes I was speaking to after the illusion. Yes, the one was that one woman who one female gnome who was speaking with Noldrick in the garden, I believe.
Helic Brightflame.
Yes, that's a name.
Not a not a fan of the houses, but those two agents she was speaking to were trust agents, which would imply she is in some way on side. That might be an in of some kind.
Go to her so she can help arrange a meeting.
Something like that. She may not want to speak to me, but perhaps to Lois or a disguised Lois.
Okay,
A third party could
let's
help.
let's be absolutely clear. I'm not going in a disguise anywhere. That's not what Zills mean by subtle.
All right.
Ha Half of the population knows illusion to the point that they can spot it at a distance.
Fair enough. We will support you in
Now,
whatever way
what
you
I
ask.
am going to do is one of my suitors is an arms dealer. They ship stuff all over the place. I am going to ask if they can't perhaps introduce me to somebody who deals in shipping, specifically from this particular clan. And I start the information gather from there. Now, I would be willing to bet the same token, arms dealers need wealth that is small, light, and easily transportable. Gemstones are small, light, and easily transportable. I'd be willing to bet he probably has a contact with them as well.
Um, if you need to speak to someone involved in shipping, there was a gnome at the event last night from the Zilago Maritime Council, someone by the name of Tiana, a negotiator.
I don't know them. Can you arrange an introduction?
I could give that a try.
Or option B is I just walk down there and start asking questions. It's not like the public knows that I'm no longer with the paper.
No, I like the arms dealer. Right? I like that. I like bringing friends together to the table, right? There's enough bread on the table for everyone to eat. Go send
And
your
we don't
suitor a
even
love
know
letter.
what the nature of this loggerhead is.
Lois, I know you're spicy right now. I believe you can do this.
I have no doubt that I can do this. I'm just waiting for somebody to say go,
Go.
at which point Lois will leave.
Okay. Um, yeah. So Lewis, you're heading down to the docks. Well, where are you headed?
I'm headed to the docks.
Okay.
I'm changing out of frippery into my my reporter's stuff because that seems like fastest the fastest way.
Okay. You head out. Um, just to check, Crossroad Ludwig, do you have any plans for today?
I suppose how long it might take me. I may either one thing I might do is just go into the market and just buy a small gnomish wind-up toy, um, wind-up toy for to send back to Venom.
Okay.
Just a little
Cool.
like soldier wind-up toy or monkey or something like that.
Sure. I'll say that you can find like a cool, let's see here. There are sort of like everyday. I was actually just looking through this. Um, oh, creative. Like, I'll say that you like find this like cool clockwork like monkey. It's like the literal like symbol, but then it like flips on itself, kind of. It's like all the little doodads all in one. And they'll probably I'll say they charge you like 25 gold for it. So it's
Sure.
pretty like it's pretty common in Zalargo, but it's pretty new to you.
Okay.
And you think you'll like it.
Sure. Thank you. And if I get a chance to, I would try talking with Rowan.
Sure. We'll say that you guys can. We'll do that in reverse order. If you guys want to take that,
Okay.
get that out of the way, and then we'll head over to Cross.
Okay. I could try to catch Rowan alone. Care to talk for a minute?
Yeah.
Privately.
Sure, what's up?
Ludwig laughs to himself a little bit, and he says, "You think I had just called her mother a whore?" She slapped me. I didn't expect that.
No, she was making a point.
I know. How much faith do you have in this operation?
All the faith in the world.
It feels like all the faith in the world.
All the faith in the world.
Take inspiration, Baron.
And yet I'm here, and me of little faith, I suppose.
So it's all about looking at what's on the board, right? Like when we were trying to figure out how we wanted to do the Thronehold thing, we chose the thing that was the lowest risk because it was actually the highest reward, right? So that was actually pretty easy, even though some of the other plans were like cooler. the boring plan was the right plan, and that's why we went with it. In this case, what there is to be gained if we do it right is incredibly valuable. And yeah, if we fuck it up, if Lois fucks this up, oh my God, we are royally fucked. But you know something? We have survived assassins. We have survived being blown up. We have survived the court of Andair. We have survived the hospitality of the Crimson Butcher.
I've survived the hospitality of Crimson Butcher, but yes.
No, Lois was there.
Oh, fair enough, yes.
And there was a certain amount of pressure that was on the rest of us. So no,
yes, I understood. Yes,
we
fair.
shared the stress of that, right?
Mm-hmm.
She knows her culture. I'm gonna back her hands on this.
It's hard to break. Go finish.
It's not that you're wrong. It's not that you're wrong. But it's that your way is not the only way. And we are in Zalargo, and I don't know this culture, but she does. And we do need something from them. We need something important from them. And potentially, if we do it right, we get everything we want, which is kind of the point.
It's easy to break something. It's very difficult to put something back together, especially in the state that we're in. I'll defer to your judgment. You are the Baroness, but it's clear I have my doubts, not just about this operation, and so I'll admit some doubts about Lois. She is brilliant. She is undeniably brilliant. The problem is that she knows it.
Oh, yeah, listen, that feels I understand where you're coming from, but Ludwig, that feels out of line to me.
Okay.
That that is,
I
if that is something that you feel needs to be said, right? That is something that needs to be said to her,
I will
in a way that's kind of constructive.
I will happily say it to her.
And I would rather you do it when we are no longer in Zalargo,
Okay?
because what she doesn't need is you in her way, and you
Yes.
will be in her way right now for no other reason than the fact that you've made it very clear that you don't trust her in this situation. Like that's without you having said that, I don't think anyone doubted that.
Okay? I just want to make myself clear on the record to you.
You you need to learn subtlety, Ludwig. You can be read like an open book, and I know that that is a reflection of an honest heart, right? It is a reflection of a goodness of spirit, and I respect that. I am not stepping on her here any more than I'm going to step on you when we're in Karnath.
Okay? Understood.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Do you wish to spend time on advice on how to be subtle? I'll happily accept it.
You know something? Let me think about that. Because, yeah,
All right. Do you need help training today?
maybe later. I do
Then I
need
can't
to
be
tend to something.
then I can't be the only one who's asked to kick your butt all the time. As you are Baroness Leora, I give you a bow.
I will, yeah. And Roan will get with you later, and you guys can check in with Cross.
Okay. Thank you. I'm gonna go use the bathroom.
Cool. Cross, my good friend, what are you up to?
I don't want to like screw things up for anyone, so I don't think I want to like. I guess I go for a walk around town. I'll have Shell like guide me to like where he tracked down those trust agents, just to like see the building.
Absolutely. Um, absolutely. Just gonna get that information for you. Quarterback. So we're in a building that is not quite as large as their. Let's see. In a building that is not quite as big as the Library of Kornberg, he does guide you to what looks like you'd imagine a town hall would look like, a rather large multi-floored building with just like lots of windows on it. Very stately building, and it's very clearly marked as like a building of governance. I will say though, it does lend itself to some kind of guild that has nothing to do with the trust, but also is like it also doesn't mean anything. It's like the Bureau of the Fifth Fold and offices of uh just I could go on and make stuff up, but
Yeah.
it's like a whole bunch of words and names of things that don't mean anything, you know? The
Got it.
filing of the offices of documentation of Korenberg, and it's like it's either a very, very fancy way of saying town hall or it doesn't mean anything, it means something else.
Well, makes sense. Trust gnomes to create a front where the name of it is so complicated, no one wants to know more. You know, I won't pry further unless I need to. Just need to know where this was, just in case. I will head into town. I want to buy something, just a little spell component that I need.
What is it? Go for
I need a glass eye and
it.
and a jeweled horn.
Okay. I think the glass eye surprisingly is going to be the easier of the two to find. You find any no you find like some Zil shop that's just like yeah, they wouldn't have had a lot of like war injuries here in Zilargo, but nonetheless you find someone who's working on like uh it's one of those like turn old stuff into new stuff kind of shops. It's
Yeah.
sort of like almost like a war antique shop where like and maybe to like your horror as you walk in, you do see like scraps of like destroyed Warforge around, being like
Uh,
retrofitted into like prosthetic arms and eyes and stuff like that, and in like a box in the corner. And you walk in, and the gnome takes his glasses off, and he goes, "Oh, welcome, welcome. What is it that I can do for you?"
uh, I'm in need of a glass.
I go, oh, a glass eye. I certainly have one floating around here. Let me go see if I can't find one. And he'll pop off of his seat and he'll go into the back with complete like not seeing anything wrong with the situation. Shell's looking at like a box with like that looks real C3PO after he got fucking beat up in the second
Yeah.
movie. And he looks pissed, like high octane pissed at this. And the gnome comes back, puts it on the table. There we go, glass eye. I'm sorry, was there a certain gold? Oh, it's supposed to be Italian. Was there a certain gold that I was supposed to, a certain gold value you were trying to seek?
Uh, no, I'm just about the table. I'm looking for the components for clairvoyance. Apparently, I need a focus with 100 GP, but I don't like know what
Oh, that's cool.
the average.
Well,
I
I
mean,
suppose that
I
would
have
be
my
like
fake symbol.
I suppose that would be like yeah, like a holy amulet.
Yeah,
Uh so yeah, he'll sell you the glass eye.
yeah,
Um if there's no gold value attached to it, you technically wouldn't need
yeah.
yeah, wouldn't need it. But if you want it, he'll be like, oh, what do we say, 5 gold? They're very delicate pieces.
That works for me. Yeah.
Is there anything else that you seek today?
I'm gonna cast charm person on this person.
I was,
Even
wow. You know, you have excellent parts, if I may say that. You are really. I mean, I know you have. I know that there's like you have the smoke and everything, and I can see that you've sustained some damage, but you've held together quite well. It seems like. My goodness, what great parts you have.
about that, I wanted to know where did you acquire all of well these parts that you have all around the shop?
Oh, I saved them from the garbage heap. I mean, you know, after the war, there's so much scrap metal floating around. I had it imported from Braylon. We don't do, well, I mean, there's no war here in Zalargo, so I had it imported from Braylon for the most part. But yeah, every now and then something comes off of a ship, you know. I mean,
Too
as far as I
bad.
know, Warforged don't really have burial rights unless they're religious.
No, I suppose not. I just could you do me a great favor?
Sure,
Could you wander as far away from here as you possibly could?
by all means. He jumps off of his fuel and he says, just close up the shop after you. And he puts a polyp in his mouth and he meanders out into the street.
Shell, could you lay a glyph? You have one of your traps, right?
Uh, Without looking, he just you know, like pulls one out from his robe and like hucks it at the door and it deploys as he assumes that's where you want it.
I was gonna say, but maybe behind the counter when he comes back.
Okay, he doesn't do it and he looks much happier at that and he'll huck it over behind and it will subtly deploy.
Wonderful, let's go.
And he walks out with it looking a lot more pleased with himself than he was a moment ago. Um, he'll just look around the shop and he'll just like take something, stuff it away in his jacket, walk out, something that looks moderately important.
And Cross will dutifully just kind of like shut the door behind him, and I can't lock it, so
Nah, yeah.
well, let's go back.
All right. He
Surely
just
that won't have consequences for me. I hope not.
we shall see. Um, and yeah, you guys go wandering out. Um, all right. Fantastic. Uh, beautiful. Okay, meandering back. Okay, Lois, it's mission time. It's objective time, my friend. So, you are heading to the docks, yes?
Yep.
You want to just try and find out where that problem is, who's involved in that problem, kind of thing?
Well, I want to get an idea of what the landscape is first. You know, where are uh the the guild whistle docks, and you know, where is their office? Where is the office for
Yeah,
uh the appraisers? You know, are they located close to one another? Are they far away? Um,
absolutely. Oh, you guys are. Oh, my apologies. You guys are in Zolan, but that's still fine. Um. Oh no, I sent you to Kornberg. All right, whatever. Okay, beautiful. Yeah, you um yeah, make me an investigation check just to like get a lay of the land.
that'll be a 30.
So we'll say that you like pretty much knew all of this already. You already have like handled certain shipping and whatnots. You make your way around and you absolutely find uh you find the like port office. So it's over here. Let's background. Yeah, you find the like Freight League office, you find the Sapphire Authority's offices, you um the House Travadra doesn't hold offices down in the docks. So you don't find any of those guys, but you do like you'll catch wind of like who the important folks are. There'll be two like you don't get like the details of the actual issue off the street, but you do get pointed in the right direction. Like, oh, like yeah, I hear that the two of those guys are like something's going on. Not my business. Just some dock worker. Like, didn't give a shit. And he's like, not my business. If you want to learn more, I guess you can talk to the shipping foreman. Caltix is in charge of the Freight League. So go talk to Caltix. He's in charge of the docks down here. He's the big man in charge. And then Davrik is with the Sapphire Authority. Caltrix and Davrik. Those are your two guys.
Okay. I think I'll start with Caltrix.
All right, I'm posting those guys' names in here.
I guarantee you I spelled them wrong on my note card.
No worries. Devret. Uh, so Trath. Okay, beautiful. So you head down. You're starting with the Freight League. Sorry, is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay, beautiful. They certainly have the bigger of the two offices. It's almost like a bit like a bazaar style, but it's not for actual mercantile. It's bazaar style in the sense that like a lot of the buildings are kind of pushed up against one another, and to someone of medium size, this would be very uncomfortable, but not for a gnome. For a gnome, it's just fine. So lots of doors coming in and out, lots of streets, twists and turns, and you are going to find your way into the Guild Whistle office, where you are going to talk to some secretary. I was going to say, welcome to Guild Whistle Freight League. Is there something I can do for you?
Yeah, I would like to speak with uh Foreman Caltrix, if I Good.
I see. Is there a name? Is there a reason for the? Do you have an appointment?
I'm with the Chronicle.
She goes, oh, okay. Fantastic. And you know that usually gets the wheels turning. Like, oh, a reporter. Fuck. So yeah, she meanders off and she meanders off with some haste. Because the longer you're here, the longer you might get interested in what's behind that door over there. So she wanders off, and sure enough, works like a charm. You're gonna see, as much as a gnome can look grizzled, but not really. Comes out a little broader than the average gnome. Hair slicked back, has that sort of devious eye for rumor and gossip and whatnot. He comes over and he goes, hello, Kornberg report. Wonderful, wonderful. Listen, we have a lot going on today. Um, yeah. What can I do for you? What can I do for you?
Well, if it's not too much of an imposition, can I take you to lunch today? I've got a a an about town deal that has kind of come across my desk, and that's the polite thing to do.
Well, I got a lot going on.
I'll
Maybe,
cast charm.
yeah, okay. There's a lot going on, but it's all gonna be, oh, he's got a roll save. I keep forgetting.
Wisdom of 15.
Um, he rolls a 15, unfortunately. With that said, I am still gonna give you a persuasion check. Um, roll a 15 exactly on the dice, not including modifier, which you wouldn't have any.
That's a 6.
A 6. He goes, I'm sorry, we just got a lot of stuff going on here
Well,
today. My plate's
I
full.
guess I'll just have to go talk to the Selthrath and get their side of the story then.
Yeah, his eyes definitely go wide. Uh, and he goes, what if you step into my office? If you don't, why don't you come over into my office? And he will, if you go, invite you.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, yeah. He'll invite you to the freight warehouse. Definitely like you tell he's like trying to hide you a little bit, and he takes you into his office. Um, it's an okay office. It's nothing grand. It's kind of like what you expect from like a lot of mechanics offices, where it's just like old furniture. And it's like filled with ledgers, and and he sits down. He goes, okay, I got it pretty quick. Why don't you? What do you want? What can I do to?
Okay. Well, let me come super clean. Uh, what has come across my desk is that there is a problem the inside the leadership of the Taladrin clan. And that is having an impact on members of your organization,
Oh,
meaning it's impacting the guild whistles, it's impacting the Celtraths, and you guys are are having a squabble because you don't have good leadership. And the Chronicle wants to get a handle on that, before the trust gets involved.
well, I mean, like Noldrick negotiated this deal months ago, and he like put everything in place and everything. I just I can't get down here to sort this all out. Like it's like we don't like it. It was a mislabeling for God's sake. Nothing was illegal. I just like we just want them to take it easy.
Okay, accident happened. Can you describe to me a little bit about the mislabeling? I
No, man.
my background notes are a little sketchy.
Wait a second. You're doing a story to condemn the Telvardrins.
Not not necessarily. I under what has come across the social rumor desk is that there was a leadership crisis Didn't say who. Said that you and the gem guys were, button heads a little bit. That it was maybe a little blown out of proportion. And something that calmer heads should have been able to iron out and make better. And it's been going on for a little bit, and it's not getting any better.
Wait,
So
I, well, we reached out to try and get Noldrick down here, but he's busy with something, and apparently because he's not here, and I
he's I heard that he was at those courting parties, the big to do.
oh, he's partying. That
Uh-huh.
doesn't sound like him at all. That's
I don't think he has a lot of choice. If you get my man, you've heard about his aunt.
she's the matron of the house.
Well, she's and she, Lois will kind of squash her thumb at the corner of his desk. Go. That's where she's got an old Rick.
Huh. Well, poor Noldrick, I guess.
So it's not necessarily his fault, but what is it that Noldrick could do for you that isn't getting done?
Well, he negotiated this deal months ago. Single. It was. We got a shipment of raw sapphires out of Cubara, and it was it was mislabeled. It was like, well, the thing is like I can see why they're angry, but they have to admit that it was over insinuated how many sapphires would be a part of the shipment. The weights are completely off, and money's been exchanged because of it. And like, yeah, there's been mislabeling to do with the shipping. I have no idea how it happens. My guys are usually very good at this, but and nothing's criminal. It's just a logistical matter. But like, I mean, if they leak the details, it's not gonna look good on the guild whistle, especially with all the dragon marked houses coming in like neither of us wants this, but oh holy crap! Did Davrik he just like flew off the handle, and I flew off the handle because he flew off the handle, and I like yeah, would be good if this all got out. It'd be very embarrassing for both houses, but yeah, he needs to get off his high horse and just sign off on the mislabeling.
I I tell you what, it it sounds like something that if you know someone were to buy you two guys a couple of rounds and a meal, the two of you, as long as everything was calm, could get this ironed out without having to get somebody else involved.
Oh, what
And
I
I would love to be able to help because it sounds like you've got way too much on your plate and you don't need this kind of crap.
I respect
Let me
that,
help. I
Monsieur
it's
Reporter. Like
don't think of me as a reporter. Think of me as somebody who lives here in Zil. I your success, on down the line, if I do this, maybe you give me a clue in about something that's going on down the line.
oh,
Favor for a future favor sort of thing. Let me help. I'd be more than happy to.
make a persuasion check.
I'm gonna gab that because I I need to do something because I can't roll for shit.
All right, you want to gab that and sort of rephrase what you
Yeah,
wanted to say? Yeah, okay. So he says, "I don't know, you're a reporter. Like I got respect for, but I mean, your job is to report on things that maybe not everybody wants reported.
hey,
And
hey, I understand, but perhaps it's an opportunity for you two guys to look good because you solved a problem that didn't have to go upstairs, and you both get to look like leaders and winners.
Well, yeah, reroll. Go ahead. That's one way to get a reroll for sure. Go for it.
Fuck.
Oh, what'd you get?
I got a 3.
Oh
At
no.
which point I'm going to go to command.
Oh, you're gonna cast command? Okay.
Yep.
Well,
Do you
let's
have
see. Do you
math
have?
rocks? Do you have clickety clacks?
Yeah. Do you?
Can you change the thing you're rolling? Because that's your medium is terrible right now.
And do you have a token of favor? Do you have any tokens of favor you want to burn for rerolls or change the DC or anything?
Uh, I Not really. I only have one, and it's for the Eyes of Undair.
Yeah,
Do,
we need that.
do you need one of mine?
No.
I,
No.
I'll tell you what. I suck at giving out inspiration. You're handling it very well. I'll give you one more roll, and then we'll have to accept what it is.
It is what it
Oh,
is.
oh man, yeah. Oh fuck. What was the final? What's the
A
final
5.
answer? A five.
5.
Fuck.
Three
He
three
says.
rolls. The largest number that I could generate was a 5.
He says, "Listen, with great respect, I hear what you're saying, and I don't disagree with you. I mean, that's pretty much what Noldrick would do. He just has a way of like getting us all to work together. But like, I just, out of great respect, you're a reporter. This is a very sensitive matter. I just wouldn't feel confident with someone from the Cornbrook Chronicle getting this mixed up into affairs. They'd have my head on a plate up top."
I'll tell you what. I'm going to go from here. I'm going to go see Dalbrick. If I can get him to agree to meet, will you meet us halfway?
I'm very interested in seeing this matter resolved. If you think you can go and resolve this matter, and I'd be happy to be a part of it. But like, yeah,
I understand. You don't want to put yourself at risk. Let me see if I can't get you two to the same table.
all right. Well, we'll see. I wish you luck. I wish you luck with that hard hit. And you go heading out to where Caltrix definitely does one of these on the table. Like, why did I just tell a reporter all of that? Yeah, he like stands and goes, "That was all off the record. I hope that's fuck." you oh. Yeah, without too much issue, you can meander down the road. They're not neighbors, but they're close to it, about a street over. You pretty much have the same position on the street, just the next street over. A much smaller building, but you enter into Seltrath's Sapphire Authority. It looks very much like an outpost office rather than an actual warehouse for containing goods. And you meander in, and the process probably being a little bit simpler. You find a little name on the desk of one of the people working there, and you find Davrik. You find Davrik Seltrath without the need of any sort of issue. You can go walk right up to him. He's
Top
much
of the
more of
morning
like
to
a
you.
Yeah, you walk over, he's much more of like he's like not as blue collar as the last guy. There's clearly more of an opposite fellow and he like cubicle-esque almost. And he like looks up from his pen and he goes, "Oh, good afternoon. What is it I can do for you?"
Well, I'm hoping that there's something that I can do for you.
Okay. Sure, what do you got?
Now, it has come to my attention that there has been some heat between you and Caldrix.
Oh, where do I yeah. Caltrix? What a
Common motion.
horse's ass. Okay. Yeah, immediately. He goes, what a car. Yeah, yeah. Things could be better. Things could be better, that's for sure.
And he'd like things to be better, I think. Uh, I had an opportunity to speak with him earlier, and it sounds like, you know, it sounds like Noldrick was on board, had kind of figured out a a nice calm way to move things forward, but he's been he's been busy. And he's kind of left you guys a little high and dry.
Yeah, you could
Uh,
say that. I mean, you seem to know quite a bit about the Concord, miss, about its inner workings and all.
well, above board, I've I've got a relationship with the Chronicle.
Oh, you're a reporter.
Not anymore.
Ah, okay, fair enough. You know, legally you have to tell me if you're a reporter. Law
I am
says, I think.
I am not anymore.
Oh, all right. Well, this has been a disaster, everything that's going on. It
I,
needs to be
I,
resolved today. My head's on the chopping block.
I'll tell you what. If you would be willing, what's the best place to eat down here? If I can get you two at a table, I, I'll buy lunch, a couple of drinks, see if we can't iron this out so everybody's happy. That way, you don't have to try to get Noldrick involved. You guys look like you took leadership and you took initiative and you solved a problem and you got it done when some other folks maybe didn't. And that could only improve your standing inside the organization.
Maybe persuasion check. I wish you luck.
Eventually, I'm going to roll a better number.
Yep. Oh my God. You do need to get math rocks out.
It's looking like it.
Oh my God. Yeah. The odds they swing
I'm
around.
I'm going to gap myself too.
Oh boy.
And I am getting math rocks out.
What
I have
did you
I have a damn big math rock.
nice, very nice. What did the
Thank you for the
total
clickety
come to
clacks.
in the end?
Uh, I'm just gonna stick with the digital dice.
What'd you get? What was our
Uh,
total?
Total's 4.
Oh my God, what was uh, uh I guess I'll simply say he like looks at you and a little bit goes, I mean, so you're an ex-reporter and you're gonna
I'm
mediate.
gonna charm person.
Okay. That will be a failure. He goes,
Fantastic.
you're yeah, so he starts out and he goes like, oh, you're a
I
what do you
I
do?
you're right. I'm an ex-reporter. Now I'm a facilitator, a fixer, somebody who sees a problem, hears about it, tries to get it resolved. Everybody wins. Mutual benefit.
Well, we'd love to get this sorted out and especially not be, you know, leaked to the press. That would be a fucking nightmare for everybody involved. So, all right.
Hey,
Okay, fine. Yeah, no, there's the Fish Head Tavern. I mean, that's where everybody goes for fish and chips, so we can all meet up there, I guess. I
okay,
mean,
okay. I tell you what. Why don't you write me a little invite to Caltrex? I will take it over to him. I will present it to him, and I'll
oh,
buy lunch.
oh, I'll go to lunch, but I'm not inviting Caltrix, that pig-headed freaking
I understand. I understand. He's a little hot-headed. He's a lot stubborn,
you could
but
say that.
somebody has to extend an olive branch. He isn't going to believe me when I go over and say to him, "Hey, I I was able to get a meeting, but if I have something that says this person is legit, that'll go a
Uh,
long way
all
to getting
right.
him."
That's a good point. Maybe persuasion check with advantage now that he is charmed. Come on, Eric. Come on. Break the cycle.
That'll be a 19.
There we go.
Of course, the other die in that advantage was a 1.
Well, I can see, for a reporter, you seem to be very talented in the diplomatic arts. But yeah, sure. Here, I'll write nothing fancy. You know what I mean? I'm not inviting him. I'm not. Okay, just to be
Nothing fancy.
clear. Just okay. He hands you a note, and it says essentially, meet me at the Fishhead Tavern. He goes, what's your name?
Lois.
Lois. All right. It says, meet me at the Fishhead Tavern. Maybe Lois can, and there's like, and it says like, get you, and it looks like it's gonna be your something, 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 and it scratches out some mean words. It says, hopefully get this sorted out, and hands it to you. He stands up and adjusts his waistcoat. Says, all right, I'm heading over. I'll see you there.
Okay.
All right. To speed things up, you head over to Caltrix. He goes, wow, that stubborn fool. He actually got him to make an invitation. Must have had a meeting out of your hand. All right,
He
sure.
he has the same need to get this resolved that you do. Uh, and it was just a matter of being convincing, and I must have said something right to him.
You must have. All right, let's go. And go you do. You guys find this like little. It's nice. This is definitely where like, yeah, the suits go to eat down at the port as opposed to the sailors. And you make your way in. It's very stylistically fisherman-y, but it's actually more like kind of classy pubby a little bit. You go in, immediately Caltrix is on his back, he like folds his arms, Davrick comes down, sits down, folds his arm, or I take it back. Davrick comes in and is a little uncertain, Caltrix very, they're shooting lightning at each other through their eyes, but he like puts out a hand, they shake hands and squeeze. He sits back down. The guy kind of does one of these. His hand hurts. They like, he goes, well, what would you guys like to eat? And, food is distributed. And, um,
And
uh,
while the food is being distributed, it's going to be a calm emotion again.
okay, calm emotion. They kind of simmer into eating food. And then they actually start to like talk about things just casually, not as two people who don't like each other, but as two people who work in a very similar line of work. And they
And
start to find common ground.
I will. The pieces that I put in are going to be like, you know, bosses who don't pay attention. They don't understand how hard your job is. Uh, all of those
Yeah,
upper level things that everybody has got in common.
absolutely. I'll
And
tell you, yeah.
and then underlings who aren't paying attention to detail. They make
Yeah.
mistakes, and then it's your job to fix it.
Well, that's uh, I believe it's Davrick who is currently still charmed by you. He's gonna go, oh, exactly. And then, you know what? That's what brings us here, isn't it? And Peltric's like, exactly. So it's someone along the line, they just like, I mean, it's not my fault. And Davrick's like, no, it's not your fault, Caltrix. And the Caltrix is like, and Davrick's like, it's not your fault either. He goes, no, it's not my fault either. And he goes, yeah, no, it's some underwriter along the line, a couple of them on both sides are fucked up. And they're like, yeah. And they kind of start to find common ground there. And it goes, and Caltrix goes, but you gotta admit, like, I just need the paper sign. And if you could just sign off on that, everything could be fine. Like, I mean, well, it's probably a good point. Let's resolve this and not, we would love it if Noldrick were here, but he's not here. So let's, maybe get a promotion. Huh?
And I would think that that's absolutely in line because, if the consortium, can't be available to solve this and you guys step up and solve it, you deserve a little thanks, a promotion, you know, because, you guys understand why this business is important.
He goes, that's true, that's true. Davrik says, so, all right, so what's stopping the Sultrath family from waiting until we're all settled in and then going to the press and pointing the finger at the guild whistles? And Davrik kind of said, he goes, well, what's stopping the guild whistles from going in the Korberg the moment that we settle into the ease of everything?
I tell you what, I am in a position to run a little interference with the Chronicle. This meeting will never make the Chronicle front page or the back page, any page. What goes on here stays here.
Well, if you, so, I mean, you can assure
And
me.
for for my own sake, on down the line, I mean, we live in Solargo. Something's going to come up where you're going to run across something that you think would be interesting to me. Let me know about it.
They kind of look at each other. I think Aldrich says, well, Davik, I think we can agree on one thing. Like, notice it's very kind of what you're doing here, but like, I mean, we're gonna trust the Korenberg Chronicle not to print a juicy story. And
They
Davik
won't
goes,
ever hear about it.
um, they kind of consider that, and the two of them are kind of like, I'll tell you what, roll me an insight check about how that's gone.
That'll be a 6 because I
A
rolled a 2.
six. A six. They're all I will say is that it simply doesn't seem to be doing it. Like sure they don't want it going to the papers, but there's a lot, but it's not the root of the problem, you know? It's not the root of the problem between these two gentlemen. As they kind of stare darts at each other. He goes, well, I think that it's not going to end up on the Korenberg Chronicle. I mean, where else is it going to appear? Um, Caltrix, who is not charmed, I was gonna say, well, I don't know. It could appear anywhere else in the Concord, could it? Not like I'm not doing that. I'm not going to Concord. I gain nothing from making a whole fuss. But and then Davik says, "Oh, sure you do. Okay, because if this comes out, then you're screwed. Just like I'm screwed if this comes out. I don't trust you as far as I could throw you, Davik."
Would it be of benefit to either of you if once you have the situation sorted and everybody's happy, if Noldrick were to learn that you guys solved this on your own, got it sorted, particularly if I could put it directly in front of him?
You know Noldrick? Yeah, yeah. So I definitely turn their attention. Like, so you're an ex-Kornberg Chronicle. The other one goes, X? He goes, yeah, you said X. So you're an ex-newspaper person. And you know Noldrick? Well, where is he? To which I'm sure, as you told him, Davik says, well, he's out partying as of the season. He's out partying? That's like him.
It's not by his choice. His aunt has some very specific thoughts, and she's in charge.
Leans back in the chair. Oh, I wish Noldrick were here. He'd know what to say or do. And the other one goes, well, the guy who's charmed by you, Davrik. He says, well, what was his rank? Let's figure this out. And Noldrick will be impressed, or House will be impressed. Let's sort this out. How do we build some trust here? And Calatrix goes, goes, well, mutually assured destruction? Dapper goes, oh god, that's terrible. Goes, they kind of like look at, they're scratching their beards, they kind of look at each other and goes, well, you're all in the know there, Miss Lois. How can we assure trust here? What do you think?
Well, if you were to hand a third party something that you both write out and sign that explains, that there's an agreement, a contract, let's call it for simplicity's sake, that nobody is going to talk about this, that you guys are going to get it resolved, what the nature of that resolution is. We put it in writing. You hand it to a third party to hold. And if either side breaks it, then we have a remedy.
They both begin to kind of nod about
And
that.
it happens to be that I have some expertise in writing those kind of documents.
Okay. Maybe something that says like and Caltrix says, yeah, maybe something that says like, yeah, like that. Like maybe like the Celtraths sort of don't blame the guild whistles and vice versa. Something like that. And
Yeah,
so if anyone
absolutely.
tries anything, I mean, it's in writing that this isn't, I don't know.
Absolutely. You both sign it. We put it in trust with a third party. I'll serve as that third party since it's just the three of us here.
Kind of look at each other. So, all right. All right, let's do it. Let's keep
Just
it
the three of us.
non-specific. But let's keep it non-specific though. Like if anything got out one way or the other, it would give context, but the actual paper itself wasn't too specific, I guess, just in case.
Sure.
And with that, I will say, Lois, you pop out some pen and paper, go to work, and with their details input, why don't you make me an investigation check for sort of making a legal document, and I'll give you an advantage because both of them are there to tell you what they want.
And that'll be a 28 because that's apparently a roll I can make.
There we go. Yeah, you sign a very excellent document that isn't without the context of like the scandal, it wouldn't mean anything. But if a scandal were to occur where, say, Caltrix went out and say, "Oh, Davert fucked it up," then the document would be very damning to Caltrix. So it is a bit of mutually assured destruction, but the page doesn't actually like give anything away that could be damning. And it's very well wrote. Two gentlemen are both equally happy with it, and they will sign it. I'll hand you a pen as a witness, and the two gentlemen shake hands, and it seemed to smile about it, seemed to go be happy
And
about it.
I will sign it, Viceroy Loisana de Leora.
Do you want them to see it?
I'm not trying to make them see it, but if they're inquisitive, I'm not trying to hide it either.
Uh, I think these two gentlemen who are this is sort of their business, and this is an important document. Yeah, I think at least I think they shake hands. They kind of maybe like take one last look at the document like happily. They go, they blink a couple times and look over and go, "Well, but
And I
Viceroy."
will I will fold it over. I will take the wax candle that's on the table and I'll up end of the wax and I'll press my signet into it.
Yeah, and they're like, oh yeah, and then the rest of the minute kind of becomes, oh, well, you should put one on us. Look at you go. Oh, sure, yeah, of course. No, I understand. But they will both give you a handshake, and it is the Zil's way to be a bit sneaky. And you see there's an immediate sort of appreciation from both gentlemen on that. And they go, well, hope to see you around, Lois, Lady Lois, and yeah, it's been. Uh, hey, you work well. I mean, Guess we didn't need Aldrich today, but hope you can stop partying enough to help out in the future. He goes, Aldrich goes, well, maybe we won't need him next time, huh? And he goes, and they kind of will get up and go back to work, and we'll happily have you hold the document. I think both gentlemen like request a copy. They're like, oh, they'll
Oh
put
yeah,
coins on your. They'll give you coins. Happily give you coins. They'll give you like 10 gold each to employ you to make
sure.
copies for them and get it to them whenever. But yeah, so there's one in all three parties' hands, and they'll buy your lunch to say thank you,
No,
and head off. Happy happy as can be. Well done, Lois. Well done. Well done. You did it. Definitely take an inspiration. And let's take a break. And when we come back, Lois will return. The successful hero. Good job.
That was interesting. But
Well.
they just
cannot
set
roll out of the hole.
that. Yeah,
Yeah, the
that's what the other three are here for.
goddamn dice.
I will I will I will say all we gotta do now is just keep the whole damn thing secret from Sifis, and we should be good. Should be.
Well, there's no reason Civis should find out.
And yet they could have spies everywhere. I
Well,
feel like
no,
I'm just assuming there's spies everywhere.
there are, but they're not necessarily. That's not Civis's bread
Job.
and butter. That's not what they do. And no Civis messaging stations were used. Like, there's no reason why they would be in the
hmm
know. But yeah, there's eyes and ears everywhere, but not necessarily with everybody.
The trust definitely. That's for one.
Oh, you can be
And
certain the trust heard everything.
oh yeah, and I'm also certain that the that Fionn has been spying us ever since our Dragon Marks first showed up.
Maybe, maybe not. Hey, Ludwig, you're supposed to be a security guy. You could always
hmm
try and
hmm
find out who's got eyes on you.
hmm If the problem is I'm not magical.
Well, you got sharp eyes. You don't need to be magical.
hmm
All right.
I mean, I
Yeah,
figured out what the lady talking to at the party.
yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, it was something. Good job, Eric.
Thanks.
Thanks. All right then. Let's see what happens next.
Oh, we'll get back to it once the party has returned.
By the way,
Down by the river.
I'm gonna shoot you a message, Ryan.
All right, cool. Down by the river. Oh my God.
You can just respond on text.
Got it. All right, well, we'll get back to it. Rowan will return momentary is the hope. Um, unless there's anything short or small, anything anyone else wanted to do. Um, in the meantime, while Lois was completing her task and returning, by all means, Ludwig Cross, was there anything else you guys wanted to do around town, or would you have head back and awaited progress?
I mean, I'm gonna leave the scene of the crime, so I'm hopping it back to town. Like home.
That's perfectly fair. Anything for you, Ludwig, or you can head back to the ranch?
I've I've been at the branch and just I guess I'm just uh sketching like one of the costumes I saw at the ball the other night.
Cool, doing a little light drawing. Very nice, very nice, very cool.
Yeah.
Um, Lastly, Rowan, was there any little things you wanted to do before Lois returns with progress report?
Yeah, we don't have to role play it out, but she's gonna train with Lena.
Absolutely. The daily training occurs as usual. Um, Hell yeah. And you've got fighter levels now, if I'm not mistaken. No?
Nope.
Nope.
My
Then
my levels are in sorcerer.
right. Then the ass beatings will continue until morale improves. Um,
I sit on sidelines watching it.
yep,
Occasionally uh, yelling encouragement. You can do it, Rowan. Keep out, keep at it.
yeah, Slugger. Um, After the training was done, I think I know you said you don't want to role play, but I do.
Yes.
Lena is gonna at the end of the training as you're packing up, and as usual you're a little bruised. She goes, Baron, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Why I mean no disrespect. Um how do I say this? You haven't exactly been improving too much. I just feel like you're I don't know, it's strange. It feels like yeah, I'm more than happy to train you. I guess I just want to understand what it is we're trying to achieve. I see that we're practicing. I am I training you to become a warrior, or is there something else going on?
No, no. That is eh, that is not what's happening. Um, give me a second, Lena.
Yeah.
I Just give me a moment to tend to something.
Absolutely. We will be right back. In the meantime, we'll say Lois makes return. Rowan is very busy with her barony, which is you guys. And so yeah, we'll say that Ludwig and Cross. I'm trying to think of anything I need to do to you two before Lois returns. I don't have anything off the top of my notes. Okay, let me go check my notes. I might have some bias time. Let's see. Oh, okay. I've actually got a funny one. So Ludwig and Cross, Mr. Shadow, aka Guinevere, approaches you both. Goes, so, where is Lady Lois? She has some suitors who have called upon her, and they are awaiting her for, you know, polite conversation and such.
I'm afraid she is out and, well, she is working.
Well, someone's going to have to entertain all of these guests. It could be devastating to her reputation, dears.
Cross, shall I do this?
Oh, I'll have to do this. I'm perfectly capable of entertaining some gnomes for a few hours. Although I would appreciate a hand.
If you ever need, all right, I'll join you.
Could be good team building. Good luck, gentlemen.
Where are you going? You're coming along too.
Oh,
Bright and shiny personality.
little old me. Oh, very well. I will come along. And she will. Yeah. Michelle comes along. Being a little like, it's fucking stupid. But
Stand up straight.
and he will. He does his orders. Yeah. So your party's entourage all comes forth, and yeah, there's some suitors hanging around. I don't know if you guys would know all of their names. I feel like Lois is a little more in the know about like who everybody is, but you come and there's quite a number of by gnomish standards handsome enough gnomes. Who was goes, where is Lady Lois on? You always waiting in the hall all of this time. We want to meet with her. One of them goes, I got a maybe. I want to make that maybe into a yes. Where is Lois on?
I looked across and I think I'll just say she's out and about at the moment, but she'll be back soon.
She is currently indisposed, but she will be returning here as soon as possible.
In the meantime, we will be happy to keep you all company.
They're looking around at each other going, this was highly unusual. They keep us, what do you mean they keep us a company?
Guinevere, do we have any wine for these fine folk?
Oh, we have wine spilling forth like endlessly. She starts pouring wine, handing it around, and they all make it into like there's a sitting room, right? There's like a entertainment room with like seats and nice cushions and snacks, and they all make their way in. They're kind of standing around waiting for the main event, which is Lois, and looking a little bored and a little agitated. Guinevere's like, you two should do something to entertain them, I think, to distract them from what they're here for.
Do I have an entertainer?
You, because, well, Ludwig, you could cut out the wall story, or show them some moves, or Cross, you could, you've seen the world, and
I'll recount some of my war stories from the war to pass the time.
Oh, very well. They'll give Cross some time to think of something up as well. And yeah, Ludwig, you kind of get out in front of all these gnomes and kind of all these young gentlemen, or all these small gentlemen turn, look in your direction.
Yeah, I introduced myself and I said, I saw if, and I apologize for the inconvenience, but we're happy to keep you all entertained in the meantime. And I recount, yeah, n not verbatim, but I recount one of my stories of the war, for the war up in Karnath.
All right. Maybe a performance check to see how well received it is by the gnomes.
Okay. Okay, let's see. Uh, I'm going to use Commander's Presence to add to that 8.
Fair enough. 8, okay.
7 for a 15.
A 15, okay. Yeah, you quickly begin to realize that the gnomes don't have quite as much an interest in military. Because, like, Ludwig, this would kill in Karnath, you know? Like, telling a war story, a personal story of, like, valor and war, you're like, oh, this is, like, absolutely the best way to entertain a crowd. And then you begin to realize, like, that you're holding their attention, and you are beginning to distract them, which is very good. But you're floundering a little bit. You're like, why isn't this holding them? Like, well, this is this is the good stuff. What are you talking about? And you're like pulling out your best stories, and they're listening and they're interested, but they don't have the same. It doesn't have the same cultural impact as it would in Karnath. And across the room, you see Ludwig like he's holding them for now, but he needs someone to tag in.
I have something, I think, a rather unique story that the folk of Zalago may never have heard before.
Oh yes, of course, Ambassador. Please.
Well, much like Ludwig, I am a former soldier, but I was stationed in the north side of Syria before the morning happened. Cross is making this shit up, to be clear.
Hell yeah.
Or is at least like making up this first bit. It was a mission to hold a fort on the north side of Syria. Just from my own like recollection, Syria were fighting Karnath, right? In the last war.
Syria was fighting everyone except for Umber.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
The Carnathians were trying to make a push in from the north side near to well, near the river crossing from Reckenbach. It was a pitched battle without either side really showing a sign of giving in. And then somewhere in the distance, far to the south, there was a flash of light. And then nefarious gray clouds. And almost like accentuate this, Cross will like let the mist start to pour from his own face.
Hell yeah.
Can I pump up the story somehow? Or like,
What do you do?
never mind.
No, it's okay. No, I just want to know what to do.
It feels like
Are you
it
like,
maybe give the Carnathy perspective a little bit. I don't know. Just to try to help confirm what he's talking about a little bit. Like, oh yes, I've heard of that fort that was on the riverbank.
okay, we'll say Ludwig kind of comes in and goes, oh, yes, I remember, and kind of adds an interesting secondary perspective, but perhaps it's, you're like you're like, I've been to this place, but I wasn't there at the time, but yeah. So you two are both embellishing, but Cross, you're going for it.
It was like the whole battle stopped in that moment as every face turned to look to the south, this advancing wall of grey death.
My God, man. Somebody.
It's the last thing I remember of the war. An advancing wall of mist. When I awoke, I lay on the shores of Karnath.
My God. There'll be some maybe performance check, and I will give you advantage as Ludwig's kind of, he's kind of giving little side margin tidbits to help out.
18.
Nice. Yeah, and similarly across like there is a little bit of like, and they're like, oh, the military history, but they're definitely interested in the Grey Mist. They're far enough removed that it's sort of like a magical anomaly they don't know about. And they start asking a little bit. They're like you seem to have some. Is if I may ask, is this effect that you have seem almost possessed with? Is this some sort of residual reaction based on the Grey Mists themselves, as we've heard of?
My theory is that whatever happened when the mist struck me, well, it's a miracle I still live. But the mist, I believe, is mingled with the alchemical fluid that constitutes my blood, and that flows through me like an extension of myself.
And they listen with fascination, to where um, I will actually send Guinevere walks across the hall and makes her way into Rowan's house as Lois is there, and you two can discuss what happened if you wish. But we'll say as you're just sort of stepping in, Lois, to talk to Rowan, as I assume perhaps that's where you're headed. Um,
Yep.
Guinevere will step and be like, "You best hurry it up. Ludwig and Cross are holding the soldiers at bay, but well, let's just say." They've gone beyond the breach and they're outnumbered. They need their war hero, if you know what I mean. Anyway, and she'll just meander into the villa. So you guys have a moment to chat, but you know that Cross and Ludwig are on the front lines of love, holding it down.
And Lois will hand the sealed document to Rowan. Feel free to break the seal. It's just table wax.
She'll look it over. She'll look it over and she'll smile. Fold it back up and put it in her the lining of
And
her suit.
without saying anything specific, I did imply that Doldrick was just out partying and wasn't able to pay attention to his responsibilities. And while it wasn't necessarily his idea, he's a little under the thumb of his aunt, and she's really not the one in charge.
So I love this. Objective number 1 accomplished. Now, objective number 2 is making sure that everything stays out of the Chronicle.
Oh,
That
that won't be
we
a problem. They'll never hear about it. This is it's a big deal for them, but in the scale of stuff, it's relatively small potatoes. And considering where we're at in
Lois,
in the
anything we do right now is not small potatoes because there are people who are actively trying to hurt our reputation.
oh, please understand this particular argument, and she'll gesture to the document, is reasonably small potatoes. And the reason that the Chronicle is never going to hear about it is we're just going to give them something larger to print.
All right. What's that?
Oh, I'll come up with something by the time we get to our next event.
Okay. So, like, there's the thing with Civis, and we got to deal with that. I'm
Oh,
going to back your hand, but I can't. Like,
I
this is
think
fantastic.
I think we can have the discussion with Civis about what their actual objective was and whether or not it's been achieved after we see what the shakeout with Doldrick and his little group was. But again, without saying anything, please note how it was signed. The two parties are aware, but it was never discussed. I'm just a former reporter for the Chronicle.
That. All right.
Which should get the trust exactly what they want, which was to see how we operate which was more important than the outcome.
Okay. Now figure out Civis.
This is a non-issue.
You gonna marry the guy?
Oh, I seriously doubt it.
All
But
right.
the reality is that Civis wanted him out of the way because he was problematic. And a leadership gap would provide them the opportunity. If members of his consortium feel that he is an ineffective leader because he can't attend to his responsibilities because he's under the thumb of his aunt, then that accomplishes the same task. It takes him off the board.
Eventually, yes. But I don't think it's enough to do what we want to do. So, what else can we do to make sure that his stock is worthless? Because they are a noteworthy clan, right? They're very, very distinguished. So
Let's see what my contact in the eyes can provide me as far as information is concerned.
all right.
They need time to get me. They're Helen gone.
You'll hear Guinevere from upstairs says, "Let's got your dress ready. They're waiting."
Lois will go as is.
All right. Okay. Lewis? Lewis? And yeah, you head out, Lewis, to go relieve Ludwig and Cross of their deployment. But Rowan, you go to, you're like, okay, dust your pants about like 60 seconds, almost to the dot. Whether you would have kept track of that or not, but it felt like it. There's another knock at the door, and it is answered by Lena, and shown in is once more Arichi, who will say, "Baroness, good to see you. May we speak?"
I would love that. Please have a seat.
She will. She'll happily say. She says, "Well, I must say I'm quite impressed with the efficiency of House Leora."
Thank you.
This is all to say that the Trust had been watching. Trust is quite pleased with how everything went. You clearly seem to have sent the right person for the job. There is a clear understanding of how we do things here in Salarca. Admittedly, it had a little bit of a blowback on the Trust that we didn't expect. It seems that they've gained a little confidence in themselves without Noldrick in the picture, but that's okay. That's perfectly fine, unforeseen outcomes and such. But well done. Well done. I can say that I'm sure my superiors will be, shall we say, quietly excited to continue to watch Leora's progress.
I am very glad to hear that. I am very glad to hear that.
Well, may I ask, I don't know how long you discussed it with your companion, but did the job seem to reveal anything of interest to you about Noldrick himself?
It did.
May I ask what the Baron learned?
I would not usually say my thoughts out loud because this is a different environment. And I don't necessarily know how all of the things are. And so I would definitely not say want to go on the record because honestly, I haven't talked to Lois and she's guiding through all of this. This is her expertise. However, for someone who seems to be like he's in a leadership position, he sh- he almost seems distracted. He if what you're trying to do, like if the name of the game, if what I'm understanding is that we are being subtle and we are using finesse because ideally we're not showing our, I mean, he seems erratic. And based on the reputation, that seems new. That is noteworthy. I do not yet know how to process it.
He thinks. There's a bit of a frown on her face. She's, Aldrich was not present to resolve the issue because certain messages were intercepted, and the mislabeling occurred because, well, we wanted to see what House Leora would do. Make no mistake, Aldrich's lack of appearance in the matter was very much orchestrating. And now that I've shared the trust hand, I would ask you share your hand. What is your opinion of Noldrick's relationship with the Concord? That is what I truly wish to know. What the trust truly wants to know. How does House Leora feel about Noldrick's relationship with the Concord? Its relevance, if it is relevant at all.
I don't think that someone who is responsible for a piece of the triumvirate, and I don't mean to be, and I feel like this is going to sound really ugly to you and what you do, but it is meant to be. But if the reason he wasn't there is because you intercepted a single message, like if he doesn't have redundancy built into his system, I realize shit can happen to anyone. But if this was all, did he know this? Did he seriously not know that this was a problem? Did he have no idea that this was going on?
Is that rhetorical?
If he didn't,
Baron, let me be very clear. Noldrick didn't know what was going on because we didn't want him to know what was going on. Because we wanted to see what House Leora would do.
I see.
If you mean to insult his messaging systems or security systems, I assure you they are not better than the Trusts.
I don't mean to insult
I know you don't.
anyone.
But I also would ask, as I'm sure we both very important people have a lot on their plate, I would simply, well, the Trust would ask, as a final question to resolve the matter entirely, how do you, or House Leora as a whole, feel about Noldrick's position in the Concord? That is the question.
I think you can do better.
It would be House Leora who takes over, I presume. Who takes over then, Lady Rowan?
Hmm. Who is that Violet guy? That is named Violet. Um, he made quite a splash in the very first affair, and then was written up as being a really
Oh,
good
Viola?
sport. Hmm?
Is that below the table or above the table? I don't know whether it's Carmen asking
It's
or
Carmen
it's
asking. It's Carmen asking.
Violan is
Yeah,
his
I think
Violan.
name.
Yeah,
I think it's Violan.
Violan.
You believe Violin de Maraz Marza can better handle the Concord. He is a troubadour and a traveler. It's not for me to judge. You believe that you could be doing better and do not think that he is relevant. And if this is your answer, I'll be happy to bring it back to my superiors.
I don't think it's I don't think it's fair to ask me about your politics. I would love to be able to ask Lois because she would be able to give a more nuanced answer. I can tell you that based on what very little I know about the prince, I'm sorry, about I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time with the names. Begins with a T. Tavardrin,
Devandra.
Noldric Tavardrin.
Noldric, right? But I can tell you that from what I have seen with my eyes about Noldric, right? Simply from what I've observed, he appears unsubtle. And if subtlety is something that you value, then it seems he would be a poor fit.
I will bring your response back to the trust. She'll stand up and will nod her head and say, Baron.
Have an
She'll-
excellent day.
She'll take her leave. Meanwhile, Ludwig and Cross, you are in the third chapter of your story, or something along those lines.
And if they started like asking like about like what the mists do inside you, Ross will I don't think he'll permit like any like hands-on inspections, but he'll certainly
No.
like go over the things like um you can no longer like unlike other warforged, you can't take on like fresh parts anymore. He is irreparable.
That's interesting. And you see that they're like very quickly. You're like, okay, there you go. You like grasp onto the thread, and you're like, okay, they're academics. You're like, okay, they're
Yeah.
interested in the academia and the knowledge and all this. And to your relief, the door opens and Loisana walks in. Oh, Loisana, everybody. And essentially, they will proceed. I think, let's see here. If I'm not mistaken, there were 5 individuals who had named Lois, who were proper suitors, who I'm going to go through with you now. I'll find them.
Actually, I have it pared pretty well down to
Mhm.
Noldric, Violan, Tourmalin, and Trasic.
Excellent. Nodric Violin, Trasric, and who?
Tourmalin.
Total. Excellent. I will
All
say,
all of the others got a polite thank you, but no.
understood, understood. Okay. So, oh, this game really challenges my note-taking abilities, I will say. And as I scroll down the suitors, I see which ones you've marked. So, uh, Tourmaline is first up to bat. Um, he is your legal guy who you wanted to talk to about, or who you had set onto the path of um, Thronehold, I believe.
Yeah.
Um,
Where's the money going? How's it being spent?
yeah, he sits down with you and he starts to be like, oh, he starts to talk about things, but very clearly, very quickly, he picks up on the fact that that is his hook with you, and that's how he's going to hold you. As I'm sure you lay that down, like, oh, disinterest with anything but. Um, all right. And I'll give you a very low DC persuasion check to see if you can direct it. Uh,
Uh, of course, now I roll a 17.
no, that's yeah, I guess so. Yeah. He says, well, as to the subject of we spoke of the other night of Thronehold, a most interesting topic. I couldn't help myself. You had me a little interested. I found myself going through some old legal ledgers. Did you know that the Treaty of Thronehold not only established the island as a neutral state, but also that each of the sovereign nations hold shared authority over the city itself. There's no singular owner. They're all held in a sort of council between the various sovereign leaders. Isn't that interesting?
That's very interesting.
Indeed, indeed. That there's even
That must
apparently.
make making any decisions there a a chore.
Oh, it certainly must be. And as for what you said about the fund, most interesting. It is absolutely funded by shared contributions from the treaty nations. And as I'm led to understand, that there are embassies of certain dragon-marked houses who have been making a little bit of change on the island on behalf of that. You know, the usual. Cities for messaging stations, Canada for building, Kandaric for, managing all of this money and the security of the castle and so on. And Denise for, I believe they guard the castle or something along those lines. Very, very interesting. But yes, in a similar way, there was a shared sovereign treaty nation economic power negotiation agreement. Very, I've never seen, you never think that all these nations could get along even that well to run a small island.
It's it's impressive what a tragedy like the morning can get people to agree to.
Oh, most
Fear
certainly.
is a powerful motivator.
Most certainly, as I'm sure you know, us in Sulaco are much more interested in, well, we're no Carnathis, let's put it that way. Um,
And thank God for small favors.
thank gods for small favors, indeed. And tell me, what is your, speaking of the gods, which religion do you follow? There's so many to pick. And he'll start going back into the small talk. Um, do you continue to show interest or disinterest?
Uh, on the topic of religion, um, Lois is going to be terribly brutal with the intent of trying to make him go, ooh, maybe not.
Make it, why don't you call it an intimidation check to see if you can ward away Tourmaline?
7.
A 7. Isn't it such a shame, Los? You're such a delight. You can't help it. You're just such a delight. He goes, I appreciate your honesty. It's so refreshing in a city full of deceivers. It's incredibly hard to find someone to find that was authentic. Uh, and eventually, I'm sure you're like, oh, look at the time. It seems I have other visitors. You make your way, and Tourmaline will say a fond farewell. I shall see you tomorrow evening, I am sure. Um, you are going to receive a message on it is actually hand delivered by some young member of the Marza clan um, that is going to simply say that with me. Um, it's from Violan. He says, "It is my deepest regrets that I could not uh, be there to tend you today, though I think what we discussed last night has greater value than any additional conversation at this time. But with great respect, I would be there if I could be in two places at once. If you would be so kind, would you and your party of excellent individuals be ready for a little field trip tomorrow morning? I may have a plan."
I will certainly make sure that we are available. But I will ask the courier, do you know what instrument Master Violan prefers?
Oh, good question. I'm pretty sure I see him play all kinds of instruments, but I think he particularly likes his flute.
Thank you.
And it's this young, runner from the house. And he goes, "Okay, goodbye," and he will run out to go return back to base. Um, you will then be tended to Trasrick. Scroll, 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 scroll. Um, who comes in? This again, sort of guff guy. He's definitely lost a little bit of decorum is lost on him that some of the other suitors have, and he sits down and goes, "So how are you doing today?"
I'm doing just fine. Hold that thought for just a second. And
"Sure."
she will, Lois will lean her head out of the sitting room and get one of the staff. Would you be so kind as to get Viceroy Cross and bring him here, please?
Most certainly. And the gnome will leave, and um, we'll go find Cross. And Trasrick just kind of leans back a bit. He goes, he just kind of nods and just kind of smiles at you. By now, he's a little bit transactional. He's like, "All right, I get it. We're doing business here a little bit." Cross, you are found by one of the people of the house and say, "Ambassador Viceroy Cross to Leora, Lotusana has summoned you to her sitting room chambers during her attendances. Would you be willing to join her?"
Of course.
Right
Lead
this
the
way.
way.
Indeed. And we'll lead you into the room, and you will see Loisana sitting with this sort of gruff, hair slicked back. He looks almost, dare I say, like Italian mobstery for a gnome. He's just like a little bit more guff. He's not in like, frankly, kind of matches Lois because Lois is in like my go and get stuff done outfit, and he's kind of in his go and get stuff outfit. He kind of gets up when he sees you. He'll shake your hand and says, "I don't think we've had the pleasure. Trezrick Peldrin. And you
Well,
are Viceroy Cross, I believe."
I'll offer my burned hand that I am. A pleasure.
You'll shake it. It's got a little scuff there.
Yeah, just a little.
I I wanted to make sure that you two had an opportunity to be appropriately introduced. I think that there may be some potential business opportunities for some mutual interest for Cross's identification. This is Tarasic, and he deals in material.
Positions. Yeah, I like that. Material. Certain
Eh,
uh, defensive material, if you understand what I mean.
And with that, uh, I think this, and she's gonna reach over and she's gonna top up his glass the wine from the wine carafe. This needs to get refilled. I'll leave you two for a minute while I go do that. I hope that's okay.
By all means. And he seems
And
perfectly satisfied with this, because clearly him being here is like he wants a tie to Leora. If he gets a tie to Leora without having to spend his one marriage slot, I don't think he'll be unhappy. So he looks over at you, Cross, goes, "So, are you looking to do some business?"
Well, I must say, the dealing of material is delightfully vague. And I'll kind of look to see it, like the door's shut, right? And
Uh,
I'll cast detect magic just to see if there actually are any like listening devices going on.
you cast detect magic, and no, there's nothing that you can see.
Well, then let us speak freely. What is it that House Leora can do for you? Or I guess what I can do for you, and what you can
Well,
do for me.
very much liking the direction of this conversation to start, if I might just say that. Well, me and my clan, Zilargo, very, very peaceful country, which is admirable. But, sometimes a gnome wants to feel safe.
Hmm.
And we deal in what maybe the triumvirate the trust doesn't always feel is the best method of keeping a country safe, which apparently is a minority. So I provide a service that is harder to come by in these parts, which is, like I said, the acquisition of defensive material. If you get my meaning, I've seen a couple of individuals. I see some Denise people around here, especially, who I think can appreciate the power of defensive measures. So I'm good at acquiring certain imports and making sure they get in the hands of people who need them best.
I understand. Still makes me wonder, what would you want from the House of Diplomacy, a famously non-violent ac occupation?
Of course, of course. Well, you know what? You know, they say that, war is the failure of diplomacy and all, but it never hurts to keep safe. Never
Mhm.
hurts to keep safe. And you know what? I expect you folks are going to be very well connected with some individuals. If somebody's looking for someone to do diplomatic stuff with them, they're probably very nervous about something or someone.
Indeed.
And should someone feel a little nervous, maybe once while negotiations are going on to feel a little safer, my clan can happily provide the means to make them feel protected. Outside of course, certain guild regulations.
So what you want from us is to recommend your storefront, as it were, if someone were looking for defensive material.
Exactly. I just, well, as long as we're being, coming to words frankness, I want to angle on the market. I want to angle on the market. You guys are sort of, international rock stars, and rock stars need a roadie, someone who can keep an eye out for danger. Or you can keep an eye out for people who are already looking for someone to keep them from danger, who maybe don't have the coin to, have the defenders of House Beneath follow them around all the time, right? I'm doing a service for the common man, or gnome, or anybody, really.
Hmm. And what can you offer us in return? We can certainly funnel those looking to arm themselves into your business. But what
Well,
do we get?
well, I can offer you what anybody would probably wish out of this transaction, which is a cut of the goods. Cut of the goods, cut of the profits, put them in your hands, and we'll call it a sort of a middleman advertisement fee, if you catch my drift.
I understand.
Well, excellent. Tell you what, you guys are big fish. I like to think I'm a pretty big fish, but I'm not the patron of the house. If you're interested, maybe the Lord Peldrin has a conversation with you about percentages. Does that sound something to your favor?
I believe that can work for me.
All right. Well, it's been magnificent talking to you. And may I, of course, ask you to extend my most gracious thanks for the hospitality of Loisana, and if this all works out, you know, I hope she finds someone that she can feel really safe and secure with, and love and all of that good stuff. But I think me and you are going to have an even more loving relationship based on money.
Well, I shall relay your thanks, and please do keep in touch.
That I will. You will not be hearing from us any later than tomorrow. Thank you very much. And he will stroll out, and I think Lois, as you're coming back, he just kind of gives you a little like sort of look of like, cheers to that. Like that'll be and you certainly will have Trassic sort of off your back, but the clan Peldrin happily on your back at the same time. To which you will not see Noldric has come your final suitor, but you will see someone else with a bit of an entourage behind her, and certainly bearing the colors of the house. You are going to see a older gnomish woman of repute and station and carries herself with a certain competence. As your whoever your steward may be will be Lady Loisana, the matron of Clan Tavadrin is here for your company.
Oh, by all means.
And the lady will be welcomed in. She's definitely got like the white streaks off the side that she's got up in a big old top bun. She kind of walks in and sort of looks about the place and looks at you and kind of blinks a couple times at your casual outfit. She'll say, "You are Viceroy Loisana Leora?"
I am. Please, by all means, have a seat. Can I get you something to drink?
No,
Something to eat?
I'm quite all right, thank you. She'll sit on the couch across from you. She seems to have a scribe present who's like writing down every word. She sits down. She says, "So, Lady Lois, I am led to understand that House Leora is interested in my son."
He's on my short list.
Well, I must admit, an alliance with House Leora is very intriguing, but I came to get the size of this well-reputed Loisana, master of law, and many other skills and talents, it seems, with my own two eyes.
Eh?
I'm curious why you believe that you would be the most... Why you are a match that is perhaps greater than the alliance that we could have gained with the Concord. Why is that, do you think?
Well, if everything that is out there in the public is to be believed, and typically you can only believe about 50% of it. Your house in particular is butting heads with the trust, or no longer in a particularly mutually loving relationship with the trust. And that makes steering the Concord somewhat more difficult. So perhaps rather than hold to the reins significantly more tightly, going further afield is perhaps the way to improve your clan without needing the trouble that is associated with the trust itself, or with the Concord itself.
You see much, it seems.
I'm well informed, and I pay people to keep me well informed.
Hmm. Well, as I'm sure you've heard, Noldric is our jewel at the moment. He has many important ties, as it seems you well know. And to join with House Leora would be to drop all responsibilities to Delthor and Concord. But I'm curious if it is in the best interest of Tavardrin to join with House Leora. Where's House Leora's position on my house, my clan?
Your influence in Zilargo, specifically in the area of Mercantile, is laudable. And Noldric represents someone who is well looked after, but there are some leadership questions. House Leora recognizes that and senses a diamond in the rough. Not that you're not all well polished and exceptionally valuable, but there is an opportunity to reach a larger stage. And House Tavaldrin is positioned right now to step onto that stage. And House Leora could be that pass to make that happen. Because every mercantile endeavor revolves around two distinct things, aside from the actual goods getting to where they actually need. That's an understood. But the things that they all rely on is the legal system for who needs to do what for whom, and diplomacy, the art of the deal, as it were. And while House Devaldrin has shown fantastic skill inside of that space, we bring the arm of a dragon marked house to that endeavor, which is the stage of which there is a door now open. Whether you think that it is in Tavaldrin's best interest to go through that door, I'm not at a position to say. I do not know the minutia of details involved with what House Tavaldrin has got going on, what the nature of your concerns with the trust are, what the politics inside of the Concord is. You're going to have a much more nuanced look at what those options are. Now, there are people who are obviously gunning for us. I'm certain that you are not unaware of the shenanigans that took place the other evening. But we handled it. And we will get to the root cause in due course. And we will handle that. But it won't be handled in the public eye. Because on the whole, House Leora favors soft power. Subtlety. The Zil Way.
She simply stands up kind of dusts herself off. She says, I've heard all I need to hear. And she will sort of bow to you kindly, like curtsies, and she will make her way to the door and say, It is so often disappointing. The rooms, they usually never live up to the person. But I'm glad to see that House Leora does have to have some Zil gnomes of quality. We shall be in touch most soon, Rosanna. Please tell your Baroness my kindest regards and that we will be keeping an eye on House Leora for the next 24 hours. We will see you at the banquet.
Indeed.
And she will find her way out. And despite her sort of manner, you are paid a compliment that you expect does not come easy from this woman. Very good. And with that, the sun will set on House Leora once more, and the day of the banquet will begin to come around. And if it's all the same to you guys, we will call it a night for you guys. Go to sleep, get a long rest. And because the next morning, Lois Anna, surely you pass around the information.
Oh,
that-
yeah.
Yeah, cool. To be ready in the morning as something is being planned. And you all sleep. Orgrave probably says something to you, Cross, probably like, well, don't be late. You're not going to make me stand there all by myself. Gives you a clap on the shoulder. And you guys will be, you're told, like, the notice would have been, like, you don't have to wear formal clothes. Definitely, like dress code, semi-formal. Don't worry about it. And the next morning, you will be personally greeted, who has come with a rather large, very nice carriage, Violamir Marza, who has his eyes glued to Lois with a smile as he approaches, but very eloquently and formally will address the Baron first, and will, as her father is not present, and will bow to the Baron and says, excellent to see you again, Baroness. He will turn and he will. Sorry, you're muted if you were saying something.
I was. It is excellent to see you.
He'll bow his head. He will turn to Ludwig. I believe you spoke to him at one point, Ludwig, yeah?
Earlier I said, we small talked.
And good to see you as well, Viceroy Ludwig. It is always a pleasure.
I I bowed to him as well. Lord, say, good to see you. Oh, sir. Good, sir?
He will turn to Cross and says, I don't think I've had the pleasure as of yet. I am Lord Violan Ir Marza of Clan Marza. It's a pleasure to meet you, sir. That was at you, Cross.
Oh, sorry.
He's just basically making formal hellos.
Yeah. I sort of nod, bow my head. A pleasure.
And at last, he will say, good morning to you, Viceroy Loasana. It's always a pleasure to see
Good morning, Viola.
you. He says, well, I have a little field trip planned, and I hope it might go some way as to what we spoke of yesterday, Lady Lois. I mean to make not to be impolite in any way, but is what we spoke of between me and you, Lady Lois, or shall all of us?
Anything on that you can feel free to share with the rest of my house.
Magnificent. Well, I think to what I have planned would be most beneficial to have all of the great minds of Leora. So if you would be so kind, I'd love to explain in the carriage on the way. And he'll very politely, like clearly making every courtesy, will go so far as to stand at the door and help Lois in, help Rowan. Like he's tiny, like this is it, helping you onto it because he's a gnome, but he does anyway. And he helps show everybody on and gives a nod to the driver, and they head out. And he will sit across from Lady Lois so as not to pursue. But he'll say, well, thank you. As a fun note, I'm going to allow, nobody specifically said anything, but I'm going to allow it because he was going from person to person. You were watching him. Who's got a passive investigation above 16? Yeah, no, sorry, 15.
Uh, Lois has got a 20.
I have a
Nice.
10.
Got it. So I'm hearing it's Lois.
It's
Um,
lowest. I'm one off.
oh, sorry, Cross.
Um, the perception is 16 if you want that, or insight is
It was,
also 16.
it was just the investigation, sorry.
Okay.
But Lois, while he was making his presentations to everyone, you'll alone notice that he does indeed seem to have an illusion upon him. It is exclusively like on his face, though he looks no different than you've seen him at any ball. Um, if you'd like to make an insight check to follow up on that.
Yeah, at least we'll try. 19.
19, okay, yeah. You gather from his demeanor that if that illusion were to go away, you'd expect there are big purple circles under his eyes. You get the sense that he has been hard at work and probably hasn't slept much since your conversation. And his demeanor sort of tells of someone who is not trying to relay their tiredness. There's even sort of not a mumbling, but it's just a slight, he's clearly a very articulate user of words as a bard, but you can just kind of catch it at the edges, this sort of like that almost tired slur. So you gather that he's actually probably suffering from at least one point of exhaustion, but seems to be in good form to anybody who wouldn't have had such a keen eye as yourself. Um, he will smile and say, "So I've concocted a plan. It is, to my understanding, that you are looking for, as a house, an option to get Civis out of your way so that you may do what your house is meant to do best, which is the work of diplomacy, if I'm not mistaken."
That is indeed the case.
Well, I am not from the clan that you specifically were hoping for, but that doesn't mean that my clan doesn't have its own methods and polls. Um, I've come up with 3 different plans that I am putting an act together all at once, and I think I'll tell you one before. One will be revealed when our field trip reaches its destination, and I'll reveal the last to you afterward because I cannot help myself. I am something of a performer, and great works have 3 acts.
I'm intrigued.
He says, "Okay, so let's see. Okay. The first of which is that my clan, I actually spoke to some of the lawyers and people of my house. So the Act 1 of our great plan is that Clan Marsra has actually filed a credible cause. Well, we think we have, from what you've explained, credible cause to file a complaint through the 12, alleging that House Civis is engaging in conflicts of interest to oppose your guild that doesn't have basis on the founding that the Speakers Guild's work happens through the Messaging Stone monopoly, and that essentially the complaint is that they're actually trying to move into new domains rather than protecting ones that pre-exist, which is not probably going to have a lot of legal traction, in fairness, but it will give pause. And it will give you all a founding to move forward with. So this is our sort of first of 3 ways that we intend to put some pressure on Leora. Gives them something for other lawyers to look at other than Leora. So that is our first step of what we have done, which was filed yesterday afternoon. So I'm sure that they're scrambling to look over what the hell's going on over there in Karnath. If this is something you disapprove of, I hope you'll wait till the very end to fully hit me with the entire impact of your disapproval, and at least allow me the showmanship of the next 2x. At which point, carriage will pull up to what looks to be like some theater-like building. You say, "Oh, and with that, we have reached our second destination. I think this one will be a little more interactive. how are you all at improv? He will, or at least be put on the spot. Let me put it a little bit more that way.
I think I can hold my own.
I would say so after um, that slander that happened at the Starlight Symposium. You all acted quite impressively, I might say.
I'm I'm modest at it, I'd say.
Um, and he will gesture for you all to follow. He doesn't take you in the front door, actually. He kind of takes you around the side to what would be sort of the actor's entrance. And you will see, yep,
Are all defenders with us?
I would assume so, yes.
Thank you.
I will assume, unless you specifically mention they're not there,
Thank
that
you.
your defenders are always present. Um, but you guys enter into the theater. There is some like, oh, yeah. He seems to be very popular immediately. Like he walks into the stage where there's no actors, but there's clearly like stage hands working away. And by the sounds of things, some event is occurring here in the theater. It doesn't sound like a play. There's no laughter or performance, but it sounds like just speaking. Um, and at which point, as you get to the side stage, um, you're going to see he like looks at the speaker on stage who has a very subtle look off stage, and he gives him a nod. And he's going to turn back to you and he says, "So the next is this. Clan Marsra has a reputation for being able to hold certain salons, certain um, works of academia that is spreads far and wide. So uh, you see, I have organized for us to do something of a little, shall we say, public reception seminar, which they're calling, and he will sort of almost gesture on cue and he say, "Thank you, one and all, for coming to the stage man speaks to the audience and says, and we thank all of you, members of Marza and Allied clans, to come to the Spoken Word of the Divine Age Forum of the Future of Diplomacy. And with us tonight, we will be having some new members on the stage of the world of spoken diplomacy to speak as wonderful panel guests to bring forth their option and help us to understand what the world of diplomacy looks like in Karnath today. So we'd love to welcome to the stage not only the benefactor of this whole event, our wonderful Lord Viola Marza, but the entire clan, the entire Council of Viceroys of House Leora. And there is a applause from the stage, and he will just give you all four a nod of good luck. I'll explain in its entirety after.
I I immediately do an insight check.
Go right ahead. We're just trying to understand the event and what's kind of going on here.
Yeah,
Got it.
14.
14. It's apparent that this second portion, like you're not sure the entire picture of it, but he's clearly trying to like shape Zil opinion of House Leora to be like the new age of diplomacy, like the people representing the new age of diplomacy. It's sort of a under the radar House Leora advertisement in a way. And he's basically giving you guys a platform to tell these professionals what you're about and speak as professionals about diplomacy. As to where that's going, I don't think I'll give that to you with a 14, unfortunately. But that is what is happening here. You don't know what the long game is. And you were brought out on stage to the applause of not only gnomes, but no, mostly gnomes, but there's still like a good 20% of them are members of the Corvarian race, half elves, humans, people of what would seem like the Five Nations, nearby nations. There might even be a hobgoblin or two from the border. And you guys are kind of brought out on stage. People applaud very loudly for Violan, who makes a great bow, and he'll kind of gesture to House Leora, and you'll all take seats. You're all given frankly, like little microphones, which are basically just like thaumaturgies, enchantments, and as you you're probably given them backstage. They're probably just like little bracelets, and they'll project your voice for you. So you make your way out to which the speaker, who you don't know the name of, you kind of being put. Actually, you know what? I'll say Viola is interviewing you. He would have probably set it up that way. So he'll sit down, and he'll say, "Thank you, everybody, for coming." And a special thanks to House Leora for being here today to sit on this platform and speak about, as we've said, the future of diplomacy. So, first and foremost, I'd like to put questions directed at the Baron, who I'd like to make an applause for her new uh, alignment as the head of the house. And there's a large applause. Says, so, welcome. But Baron Rowan de Leora to our wonderful stage. How's your time in
You.
Zalargo been?
Invigorating. It's been invigorating.
Excellent, excellent. Well, allow me to ask you to start us off. You're the House of Diplomacy. You're working your way towards that in greater and greater measure and have taken power quite quickly. And I assume that is because you handle your craft with great skill. May I ask, what would you say House Leora's general angle towards diplomacy is? Is it ethics, the power of persuasion? Let us inside your mind.
I think that except for a very, very rare set of values, most situations can be resolved in such a way that both parties do well. Very truly rarely where are you looking at a board and it's simply a zero-sum game, right? And so our approach to diplomacy is largely going in assuming that when we're done, everyone is going to walk away from the table um, believing that they walked away with what they wanted or with what they needed, that they walked away with what they needed, right? We prefer soft power to we prefer the velvet glove to the iron fist. Everyone's got their preferences, and that is ours.
I think that's something that all of Zalargo and anyone in the diplomatic corps can relate to. That is the first measure of defense. It seems that Orvera now has some pretty potent warriors standing on the front lines of diplomacy. And speaking of warriors, every warrior has their weapon, and you are all dragon marked with powers of diplomacy. So, with that, I'd love to turn my questions over to the Master of Law of your house, Viceroy Luisana. You are a lawyer, so I would love to ask, what is your views on when to use the dragon mark, when not to use the dragon mark? Where do the ethics begin and end with the power you possess in diplomacy?
Well, there have been a number of folks who have speculated on the negative use of the power of persuasion, and they're right to be concerned. Uh, from House Leora's legal and ethical stance, uh, it's utilized as a method of helping people get out of their own way. And by that, I mean, by the time somebody is seeking legal counsel or diplomatic intervention, usually emotions have run high. The conflict has become embittered, and the opposing sides are at true loggerhead. The use of our ability to find mutual friendship between those two sides and us as the arbiters is where that power of diplomacy lies. To get people to come to the table, to set aside the rancor and the anger and the hatred, to have that productive conversation that the Baroness was referring to. And that's how we get people what they need.
I'm a little late on it because I was just feeling the moment. I'd love both of you to make me persuasion or performance checks. I am going to give you advantage because, and this is going to go for everyone, Violan is actively, trying to give you questions to help with what you're working with. So you're getting the help action. What are we getting?
So at advantage, I rolled a nat 20 for 26.
Ooh, that's important for the Baron to be rolling so high. Well done. Lois?
I got up to a 10.
All right, all right, all right.
And
This is
like,
sort of like a group challenge. So one chum out the terminal, but you get a polite applause, Lois, and people sort of with interest. Rowan, you certainly got like a more like like yeah, like that was like because that was yours was kind of like the thesis to this entire interview, and it rings home, and you can tell you made a good impression on the gnomes and diplomats in the room. To which Violan will say, "Well, excellent points, Lady Lois. Excellent points indeed." And I will say, I've got to hand it to our wonderful audience. This is, of course, a seminar that welcomes and explores diplomacy from, as our title is, from our divided age. All of our countries are at odds with one another. So I'd love to turn this next question over to Ludwig, Viceroy Ludwig, who is from a very different nation, from the nation of Karnath, that celebrates military history, whereas we can all be honest, the Korenberg, Zalargo has less of. So let me ask you then. I'm told that you're a war veteran. You fought in the last war, Ludwig.
He will say he will say that he did. He served for several years towards the end of the last war. The mainly mainly saw action a- action against against Siri. I will admit that it was. He will admit that he still remembers those days and those he's lost, as many of those as across the nations feel similarly.
And I'm sure nobody has any doubt in that opinion. The last thing we want to see is the last war, and I think it's the job of everybody in this room
Yes.
to ensure that it was indeed the last war. So let me ask you, Viceroy, do you believe that House Leora, um, and anyone from any diplomatic corps across the Five Nations and beyond, do you believe that this is where the power lies to ensure that the last war remains just that, the last war?
I think I think it is up to those who want to see it the last. It'd be the last war to make sure that it is the last war. That's those have the responsibility to see to see to that whether they have power or not. Power or not.
Fair enough. Do you think such a fractured continent can truly maintain peace?
It will be difficult, but no great thing is easy now, is it?
A very fine point. Make me a performance or persuasion check at advantage.
Okay. Okay, just let me check. Okay, let's go. Hold on, wait here. Sorry. Yeah, persuasion,
Yeah, go for it.
advantage.
Yep,
Okay, advantage, and I'm also going to throw in a commander's presence.
absolutely.
On that 18 to make it a 23.
Very nice. There's an inspired applause by Ludwig as it's kind of like it's up to everybody. It's up to the diplomats, up to whoever wants to, and there's an applause. Everyone's very very happy with your answer.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Ludwig has a very direct, plain speaking style, I think.
Yeah, and I think people don't see that often in this moment. It serves well, especially in Sulaco. And there's some grand applause, and it says, well, some very inspiring words, but I think the only fair I turn over to Viceroy Cross. Welcome, former ambassador of Syria, or current ambassador, I mean, no insult. We have many diplomats in the room today, and I think anybody would understand that House Leora is on the rise. Um, how do you see that influencing international diplomatic corps? Or will diplomats be welcome into House Leora? What do you think the diplomatic world looks like in the next 1, 5, 10 years with House Leora on the rise?
I think that as our mark spreads, as more folk manifest it, or as well, if the courting season goes well, as our line extends into the future, the diplomatic field will see many bearing the same mark as those present. And given that our mark can manifest not just in, well, in anyone, in myself as a warforged, in humans, elves, gnomes, it is an indiscriminate mark that does not favor any single one species. And so, as diplomats hailing from all different nations across Corvair, I can see us being, well, paving the way to find more common ground, to bridge cultural gaps and allow nations to negotiate more freely, to build understanding. It may even be that nations will have representatives from House Leora all over, and that will end up simply being the go-to force for international negotiations in the future. It may be that at some stage, well, into the future, when there is a matter to be attended to on diplomatic level internationally, I may end up having to cross words with Loisana or Ludwig.
Make me a persuasion or performance advantage.
That is a 23.
Very nice, guys. Good work. It's like you're made for this or something. Well done. There's a grand applause for Croft. And says, and Violan will say, well, we really thank you, House Leor, for your transparency and for your being here today. If you're okay with it, I'd like to throw one last question at House Leor in general. Gonna take the gloves off a little bit here. So, House Leora, as I'm sure we here in Zalargo all can clearly see, that you must have some competition with House Civis. And I believe Loisana herself comes from House Civis and may have some unique insights into the matter. Now, in that competition, some people have called Civis mysterious, ancient. I guess my question for House Leora would be that what is your feelings about the rumors going around that Civis may be gatekeeping the powers of diplomacy for themselves? Does House Leora have competition with them? Is House Leora looking to defend themselves against this ancient house? What's the relationship like between House Leora and House Civis?
Above table, who wants to speak first?
Cross is
Rowan
willing
looks
to.
at Lois.
But I will follow the Baron.
Okay. Well, there's obviously some points of contention. To this point, how Civis has shouldered the burden of diplomacy because of their strong ties to the written word. And it has put them in a difficult position, needing to be available for both sides of an argument and trying to maintain neutrality is doubly difficult, particularly when you have sovereign entities that are at cross purposes. I think House Leora provides an opportunity to add another voice to that diplomatic endeavor. And by either splitting or sharing that responsibility for diplomacy, all of us can recognize an advantage because it's no longer a burden that a single house needs to shoulder on its own.
Make me a persuasion or a performance check. And uniquely, I will give advantage to Lois because she comes from House Civis, and her words will carry a little more weight than anybody else on this panel.
And I did have inspiration, and I'm going to use it.
Come on, baby.
That's better. How about a nat 20?
Yeah, that's what we're talking. There's applause and a standing up. And Barrymore sort of stretches arms out and sort of, or Viola will stand up and kind of like applaud you all. And, he gives you a gesture to stand up and do a little bow and says, well, I want to thank, on behalf of the entire audience, House Leora being here today and revealing to all of us who they are, their stance, and what the world looks like with House Leora in it. I'm sure everyone here in the Diplomatic Corps has been very interested to hear what you have to say. And I'm sure House Leora will be very glad that all of you fine diplomats, as you go back to the Five Nations and to our neighboring kingdoms, that you'll take what you've heard here today and spread what the world looks like, what the future of diplomacy looks like, and that future is, it seems, going to be House Leora. And there was a renewed loud applause, as it seems the sentiment is largely enjoyed. That is considered 4 out of 5 resounding, 4 out of 5 successes. So this is going to be considered a success, a win, a good panel. It's not a perfect success, but it is a grand success. As it seems like the people in this room grandly applaud, and you're all sort of shown off stage where Viola will sort of even say, please everybody take a recess, and I'm sure our next speaker will be on stage all the way from Breland, I believe it is, just from our northern border, one of our own diplomats to speak from Breland. So thank you very much. They'll take you all off stage and take you guys sort of to a green room to kind of chill out and sit around, and he'll start handing out like little champagne foods and drinks. He doesn't know how to handle you cross, but he politely is like,
I'm fine. Don't worry.
all right. He'll keep going, and he hands them out. And he'll say, well, you all did exceptionally well, so cheers to House Leora. He'll ding, 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 ding. Well, I hope you'll forgive me for putting you on the spot like that, but I think it was a success, and we all have a big banquet to go to tonight. So allow me then to reveal the rest of my grand plans. You have all done very well, and everybody in that room was called out here last minute from, on behalf of Zilargo. These are all Zilargo-based diplomats who come from the Five Nations and the other sovereign states, and will be returning promptly. When I put out the word that House Leora would be speakers, you would be surprised how much success there was and how much audience turned up. So they will be returning to where they're from, and they will be speaking at their own conferences about what they learned of House Leora. So your word, the intention being, will spread rather quickly, and will probably put some soft power pressure on Civis, which brings me to the last part of my grand conspiracy. I've contacted certain Tavardran-aligned diplomats in Onderon Braylon who were very telling of who they were because they did not wish to come to the conference, as perhaps there's some competition in certain areas between a Tavardran and Marza in certain fields that you're all part of. They were sort of revealed themselves in that way, so we use that to our advantage, and well, we have raised our concerns to those individuals about Civis acting inconsistently with regards to their usual mutual ambitions by making such resilience against House Leora and pushing back against you with, from what my records say, pretty intensely for about a month and a half, bogging it down in legal litigation. So, unfortunately, we'll be drawing back. Well, the plan is to draw back a couple of their clients, and while it isn't a threat per se, it is certainly a framing tactic, where we will use Civis's reputation with Leora to make them sort of look like natural allies, and strange that Civis is pushing back against you, against their natural allies. So, that's what I've been cooking up, and we're trying to put pressure on them from all three sides, and the idea is that once they're officially fed up, we will go to them and offer them a gifted alternative that, of course, we are entirely unaware of has been offered on another front. That perhaps, simply put, House Leora will be in charge of the spoken diplomacy, and House Civis, as it always has, will be in charge of written diplomacy. And with that, House Marza will black off, and hopefully we can come to a agreement between the two houses. Now, I must admit, I have failed in one regard. You, Lois, asked if I could secure real estate and land in Thronehold. I admit I was a little surprised to find that the ruling real estates were the sovereigns of every sovereign nation, which was a little tough. So I did what I could, which is the next best thing. And he is going to take a little folder and place it in front of you. And if you opened it, it's going to seem that House Marza has purchased and put in the name of House Leora a small house big enough for two gnomes to live in. I'll say it is a gift. On behalf of House Violin, I could not secure what I think you were looking for, but I did secure some small real estate, and I hope that's a consolation in some regard.
You are truly a masterful and surprising chef, Violin.
I don't think I've ever been called a chef before. I'm thinking. I hope you have all enjoyed my performance today. And
It has been magnificent.
well, I'm glad to hear you think so. I will not presume further and will leave you to enjoy the rest of this bottle of champagne. And I will be sure to see you at the banquet tonight with my fondest farewells just for a couple of hours. And I'm in desperate need of a nap, so I will bid you farewell for but a short couple of hours, and I will see you this evening.
Rest well, my friend.
Rest well, Lady Viceroy Lenore. He will bow and turn to each person, and he will depart from the room, and he'll say, oh, and use the room for as long as you wish. I hope if you can find your way out, and if not, someone will be happy to show you. And he will give one last bow, and you can tell there's that sort of like, I'm tired, huff energy to him, and he leaves with as much cordiality as possible, but you get the sense that he is very much looking forward to a little sleep before the very, very, I'm sure, intense social event to occur this evening. So he departs and leaves you to your privacy.
Wow. That's a lot.
Indeed so.
He really wants that ring on his finger.
Lois, I'm not unhappy. That's whatever you want. I'm gonna back your hand. You've handled this extremely well so far. We just have to make sure that if you don't marry Tavardrin, if you don't marry Tavardrin, that Civis doesn't on us.
Well, I had a very I'll use the word cordial in the sense that it went well, but please understand it was a very chilly room with Meldrick's aunt, and she left pleased with the interaction. Um, so I think that I can add a turn of the screw, uh, even if I don't choose Noldrick, by letting the Lady Torvaldrin know that House Civis was very interested in getting Noldrick out of the way.
I quickly check to make sure nobody's listening in this room.
It is a very it's like it's not a very small room, but it's like a four-walled,
It's
probably
it's a
like
green it's a green room.
it's a small green room. It would be amazing if someone could hide here, even if they were. It's just too it's comfortable, but it's too small for that.
Okay, just being a little paranoid, sorry.
No, don't be sorry. That's perfectly fair.
Ross, do you detect any magic in here?
But
Is that a request?
Yes.
I'll cast detect magic.
you cast detect magic. There's nothing as far as you can tell.
Okay, cool.
Hell, I'll even like open the door and just like check around to see if it was like lurking.
There's plenty of people in the halls. Nobody's standing at the door, but it's the busy backstage of a theater,
Yeah,
so there's
yeah.
plenty of people walking around.
No one's listening in, so so far everything seems pretty good. And like, between all of us, if you're gonna choose a prospective partner in the future,
If I were going to choose and the choice wasn't impinging on family business, he would have just left.
well, the more this has all been proceeding, I can't help but feel a slight irritation with House Civis. I don't like how they're, well, to put bluntly, able to push us around. And if it were to gain access to the spoken word of diplomacy, we can work with that.
And honestly, I think it's important to note that I don't believe it is. I don't believe House Civis is a monolith culture. The viceroy of the Speakers Guild obviously had something he was interested in, but he wasn't. He was interested in clearing the board and moving items forward. I know other members of House Civis would have felt in a very similar way. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had a meeting with the viceroy. Um, I think the member of House Civis was at the Council of the 12 was didn't appreciate being put on his heels. And there came a point when I'm certain that the messaging inside of House Civis was coming from a singular speaker, and they were sharing very lopsided view of things. I think that Leolin's work and the Viceroy's input are going to serve to make sure that they're aware that there are other stories as associated with diplomacy.
Well, I'll leave the matter with this. Civis is trying to wield this as a tool to get access to, well, to get rid of the merchant family standing in their way. We're simply being wielded as a tool for them to use.
Mm-hmm.
We aren't tools. So if there's a way to get out of this in a way that works out better for us than it does for Civis, I would argue to take it.
I don't disagree.
They need only, like I looked around with this, Civis need only think they got what they wanted.
Well, that's the very art and nature of diplomacy and negotiation in Zil, is letting your opposition think they got what they want while you actually got what you want.
All this to say, make sure at the end of this you get what you want. Sounds like a house infernal.
Speaking of which, I need to go shopping for a present before this evening. And I will handle that during the week offline with you, Ryan.
Absolutely. And with that, I think the rest of the day for House Leora would be preparing for the final Zalargo event before you will travel to New Siri to help out Orgrave pick out somebody to wed. And we will reach the pinnacle of Lois's love life next session.
Huzzah.
Wow.
Thank you for staying a little later.
Wow.
And,
No, for
usual.
continuity, I sometimes prefer that.
Totally cool.
Good.
Wow.
Good.
So.
Whole